guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed. The motion is adopted.
The House has approved a funding bill to end the government shutdown, passing it 222 to 209. The legislation now moves to the president's desk for a signature. The shutdown is the longest in U.S. history. House Speaker Mike Johnson says a bill forcing the Justice Department to release all Jeffrey Epstein case files will receive a floor vote next week. The discharge petition reached the required 218 signatures after Democrat Representative Adelina Grijalva was sworn in today. The move follows emails in which Epstein references President Trump. White House person Caroline Leavitt.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
The president has not been accused of any crime. The fast news spreading H3N2 flu strain is causing early outbreaks in Canada, the UK, and Japan, raising global health concerns. This version has several mutations not covered by this year's flu shot, making it less effective, although vaccines still help prevent severe illness. The U.S. flu data remains limited due to the CDC shutdown, but experts urge everyone to get vaccinated to reduce hospitalizations. U.S. Central Command says American troops will not be deployed to Gaza, denying reports of a $500 million base near the border. Around 200 U.S. personnel remain in Israel, assisting coordinate humanitarian aid and monitoring the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. is only planning potential facilities for an international stabilization force and not sending troops into Gaza. Good news on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 327 points, the S&P 500 rose 4 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 62 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
We just don't know what their use might be for the property. It could be very nefarious.
A federal appeals court has upheld Florida's law banning land sales to foreigners, ruling it does not discriminate against Asians.
Well, I think it bodes very well for Texas. I think Texas law will be upheld.
Supporters in Texas, including former state senator Don Huffiness, sees this as a win for the state's similar law, although it's still facing a lawsuit from 3 Chinese nationals here on visas. Iowa scientists say rising property insurance costs are linked to higher temperatures and extreme weather. Peter Thorne, University of Iowa.
Rising insurance premiums in Iowa are driven by increased costs of labor, building materials, and reinsurance. So these costs all are amplified by climate change and are escalating. And in some cases, insurers are leaving certain markets, including Iowa, due to rising costs.
The annual Iowa Climate Statement, backed by 177 experts, notes that states like Florida, California, and Texas are already seeing higher premiums due to hurricanes, floodings, and wildfires. A woman in Oregon claims ICE agents broke her car windows, pulled her out, and held her for 7 hours after she recorded them in a parking lot. Bernice Garcia Hernandez is a U.S. citizen and was never charged with a crime. Her attorney accuses DHS of providing false information about the arrest and is demanding her phone and engagement ring be returned. Authorities say she aggressively followed the agents. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty then, yes indeed. Another dark night on the interstates. Not so much another 100 miles in the pouring rain. Because there ain't a whole lot of rain out there to write home about. That's going to be changing for the folks out west, though. Big storm going to be impacting California, Oregon, Washington. A lot of rain, a lot of mountain snow over the next couple of days. I can see on the radar a lot of that precip just off the coast beginning to come ashore. In Washington, rain's already beginning to fall as far west as Seattle. Not much happening in Oregon, but get ready. We'll break it down for you here as we get things underway. Another day, another night, another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. And mostly clear skies outside the secret bunker. Where are we at? Another night in the 40s. Not too shabby. We're gradually warming up after that Arctic blast early in the week. I'll be glad to say farewell. Going to warm back into the 50s. Hey, we're looking maybe even 60s as we get into the weekend coming up here. Big turnaround. Well, as far as the big show in the heavens above, right on the heels of Wednesday morning's incredible Northern Lights show, the Aurora Borealis, seen deep in the southern tier of the country. The anticipation was tonight was possibly going to be round number 2, kind of a deja vu. All right, so the update from space weather, that third coronal mass ejection has impacted the Earth's atmosphere. I guess the way they break it down is you've got polarities, like a magnet, polarities north and south. And when the polarities match, they oppose, right? In this case, the orientation's a bit different than it was 24 hours ago. They try to explain. We do have a geomagnetic storm. Tonight, it's what they classify as a G3, so more or less a moderate geomagnetic. Northern lights are being seen, but it's much further to the north. Northernmost reaches of the country. I was looking, in our area. We're even south where you could see it with the cameras. That was not the case last night. So either way, the third storm, the arriving CME this past day, so that was the end of the line, the trail of the latest CMEs. It was the most powerful, an X5 classification on the flare. But tonight we're not matching the G4. We were right there at a G5 storm for a period of time, several hours. Here 24 hours ago. The KP index, which was like 8.76 last night, like 7.3 at this hour. So, oh well, there were some concerns earlier in the day as this CME was approaching. They were sounding the alarms about possible impacts to power grid, satellite operations. We do know last night there were some GPS issues out there, but all right, so much for that. We can all take a big breath, a big sigh of relief. Oh, and the shutdown is over. President has already signed the legislation. I think they had a signing about like 9:45 Eastern this past, so a few hours ago. Things will be getting back to normal. It's not like flipping a light switch when it comes to air travel, but looks like most of the traffic controllers this past day realized they're going to get their back pay. This is about to end. The delays and cancellations were greatly reduced this past day compared to what we had seen here in recent days. So things are going to get better. Transportation Secretary Son Duffy says everything should be back to normal by Thanksgiving. We shouldn't have any issues as far as trying to get to Grandma's house over the hills, through the woods, through the air, right? Let's start with a look at our travelers' weather, though. We're going to start out west because I mentioned that's where our big storm system is actually going to be a 2-part storm, bringing rounds of heavy rain to California between now and the weekend. The second wave could produce rainfall amounts typically seen over several months' time in Southern California. In other words, we're going to see flash flooding, debris flows, significant travel disruptions. The combination of a complex storm structure, a pronounced dip in the jet stream, and plenty of Pacific moisture is going to bring widespread drenching rain and drought relief to California. Unlike the typical pattern where the heavier rain impacts Northern California, this one's going to bring the most significant rain to the coastal areas, actually, of Southern California, including Los Angeles. So the first part of the storm, a drenching rain, spreads across most of California. That could lead to some ponding on the roads, increased runoff along hillsides, localized flash flooding. Heaviest rain forecast for San Francisco from tonight, like Wednesday night through Thursday. Sacramento, you'll see several rounds of rain Thursday to Thursday night. Both areas will see 1 to 2 inches of rain from this first storm. Heavier amounts, 2 to 4 inches. Could see totals approaching 6 inches along the coast of Northern California, the lower and southwest facing slopes of the Sierra Nevada. Most of the vast interior valley of California, anywhere for a half an inch of rain up to 2 inches of rain from the first part of that storm between now and Friday. Rain from the first part will affect L.A. late Thursday night into Friday morning. San Diego, you're looking Friday morning to Friday midday before you see a bit of a lull in activity. Storm system number 1 kind of moves on. Gusty winds will be accompanying this. 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds expected in many areas. AccuWeather said we could see some gusts approaching 100 miles per hour over some of the ridges and peaks, the higher elevations there. How about travel for wintry weather? Snow levels well above passes for the Sierra Nevada with this first part of the storm through the upcoming day. Then the colder air moves in. Snow levels are going to drop through the passes, several inches of snow for Donner Pass along I-80. We're talking Thursday night here. The heaviest snowfall, we're talking 1 to 3 feet of snow, will accumulate on the high country of the central and southern Sierra Nevada Thursday into Friday night. Then the second leg of the storm begins Friday night, continues through Saturday into Saturday night. Torrential rain, gusty thunderstorms across much of Southern California. The LA basin could see 2 to 4 inches of rain from that second wave. Those are numbers you typically record during the most formidable storms during the winter. This is just the beginning of the rainiest part of the year in Southern California. The historical average annual rainfall downtown LA, about 14 inches. So this storm, especially combined with the system number 1, could equate to a third of the annual rain the city normally sees. Many areas in that region could see hourly rainfall rates approaching 1 inch per hour. Heaviest rain will fall on the south and west facing slopes of the transverse ranges, Southern California. In these mountainside locations, we're talking a general 4 to 8 inches of rain. Friday night to Saturday night, that magnitude of rain over the mountain slopes, as well as the lesser amounts in the city, the immediate coast, and the deserts, will lead to dangerous flash flooding and mudslides. Could see roads being washed out in some cases. Unstable land on hillsides could collapse. The bulk of the rain from that second storm and more moisture-packed leg of the storm will be south of San Francisco and Sacramento. Even some thunderstorms forecast to accompany the rain in some areas. Stronger storms producing wind gusts, hail, could even see a brief tornado. Heavy rain also expected to shift eastward into the deserts of southeastern California, southern Nevada, and Arizona. Those areas will see anywhere from a half to maybe up to 2 inches of rain. Some of that, with that maybe falling in a matter of several hours' time. This is where you have the dry stream beds known as arroyos that rapidly fill up, debris increasing the risk of flash flooding. Showers from the first storm are expected to reach Las Vegas and Palm Springs, California Friday. Second storm likely to bring downpours to Phoenix. All three cities and other communities in the region, including Flagstaff and Tucson, are all going to be at risk for some flash flooding and road closures over the weekend. Aside from the flooding dangers and travel problems, the rain will be of great benefit, obviously, to the Southwest, including part of the ailing Colorado River Basin, where they've been experiencing some long-term drought. We'll work on getting those reservoirs filled up. Meanwhile, we're looking at the warm-up. Already beginning to notice that warming up in the central states. We'll see warming conditions sweeping through the southeast. Unlike the last couple of nights, we do not have any frost advisories, freeze warnings. The last 2 nights consecutively, freeze warnings well into northern and almost central Florida. So things beginning to turn around there. We'll break it down for you coming up. All right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy out of the box, the midnight hour, the eve of Friday. Yes, it is. 41 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. All right, no northern lights tonight. And, of course, the House passing, the president signing to open up the government. Can we all relax now, all right? Okay, let's get the party started. 844-844-3388. Yeah, that's the way to get it started. Marianne in the house. Hello, all the listening friends. Shorty, where are we at? I-95 southbound Savannah, Georgia. 54 degrees. See, it warmed up a little bit there. It's Orlando turnaround number 2. Hello to Michael. What's up, people? Rest in peace to the pennies. Yes, the big news this past day. The last pennies to ever be minted by the U.S. Mint, I guess, came off the line this past day. That's it. That's all. We'll give you more details. It's been a long time coming anyway, right? Who else? There's Country Bumpkin checking in. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Good to have you on board. Tank is in the house. Happy Thursday or Wednesday evening where I'm at. 54 degrees here in Memphis this evening. Just made it back from Banning, California, getting ready to head east about 80 miles. Then it's on to the farm for a few days. With that, everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. We'll speak again coming up Monday morning. Good Lord willing. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there. All right, Buckeye Boy, check it in from Phoenix, Arizona tonight, 73 degrees. Able to get the delivery off okay. Stop by a nearby Wally World to get some groceries and a longer phone charging cord. Now we'll be hanging out till Sunday. All right, well, the government's officially opened with the president signing the continuing resolution, not giving the Democrats any of those insane demands they wanted. Wonder if they're going to try and pull the same stunt at the end of January when the continuing resolution expires. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. And Jerry, morning, everyone. Bad day today in Indiana. We lost a good man on I-69. As we always say, tell them you love them every chance you get. Thank you to Hotshot Secret for the Steve Sommers overnight drive, helping us get through the night for a lot of the truck drivers and third shifters out here. Yeah, what he's referencing, Delaware County, that's another one of those scenarios. We're talking about the airline pilots, how the three aboard that UPS plane just perished in a moment with that crash. And I mentioned at the time, it's dangerous occupations. And you, the truck drivers, the law enforcement out there, all in the category, some of the most dangerous jobs in the country. And obviously being out there along the side of interstates, law enforcement, tow truck operators, so many construction workers losing their lives, way too many. But authorities confirming that a deputy with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office was killed Tuesday morning while assisting a stranded semi-truck. Corporal Blake Reynolds had been with the department for the past 4 years. He was assisting the broken-down vehicle on I-69 at the 247 when his patrol car was struck by another semi going northbound. At the time of the collision, they say he was outside the vehicle, struck by the impact, passing despite the life-saving efforts from the responding agencies. An immeasurable loss to the family, his brothers and sisters in uniform, the entire community they served with. The driver of the Prairie Farm semi was airlifted to IU Health Methodist Hospital. His condition currently unknown, according to the state police. In light of that, the state police were there to support the Delaware County Sheriff's Department, troopers that were responding to calls to give the department there time to mourn the loss of their colleague. So our thoughts and prayers, tough time there. Prayers for the family and friends, fellow officers involved there. Tell them you love them. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hope your week's going well. We're rolling toward the weekend. Indeed, that'll be here before you know it. About 24 hours from now, if all goes according to plan, we'll be getting some prognostications for the upcoming college football weekend, as it is truly crunch time, as they say. Who makes it into the postseason or the playoffs? And we'll discuss that. First, topping the national news, the House voting to end the Schumer shutdown. The vote was 222 to 209. Apparently, 6 Democrats voting yes. The president, of course, then indeed signed off of the bill like 9:45 Eastern Time. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt slamming the Democrats in her opening remarks at a press briefing earlier this past day, describing the reason for the longest shutdown in history as pure partisan politics. She further announced President Trump looks forward to finally ending this devastating shutdown with his signature. We hope the signing takes place tonight, which indeed it has. We were in day number 43 of the shutdown. Democrats spent the last 6 weeks fighting for illegal aliens to receive taxpayer-funded benefits, and of course trying to hurt the Trump administration's record, the economy. Of course, after 15 attempts, the Senate finally passed that bill. This just goes through January 30th, don't forget. Yeah, Mike Johnson said Republicans earlier in the day were very optimistic about the vote that was going to take place. I think it was a little after 6 o'clock this past evening. All right, we had 6 Democrats that joined in to pass the bill. Yeah, Representative Culler, Davis from North Carolina, Gray, Golden from Maine, Perez, Sosi, that all voted with Republicans. On the Republican side, Thomas Massey and Greg Steube from Florida were the 2 no votes on the Republican side. Meanwhile, Tel gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House passed a funding measure to end the government shutdown.
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed. The motion is adopted.
The final tally was 222 to 209. The bill now heads to President Trump's desk for a signature. This will end the longest shutdown in U.S. history. President Trump says Democrats are using the Jeffrey Epstein hoax to distract from the government shutdown and other issues. While posting on Truth Social, Trump warned Republicans to not fall for the distraction, saying Democrats' actions have cost the country $1.5 trillion. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt reinforced Trump's point.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
Leavitt questioned why Virginia Giuffre's name was redacted despite her public statements about Epstein. The president has not been charged. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That's the number to dial us up. Phone lines open. As we turn the page on the calendar, here we are, 13th day of November. Good to have you on board. Well, we said hello to Michael. You're talking about, being along the side of the... He said, I work construction. He said, it's not only the cars that are flying by, semis as well. In the case, obviously, of the Delaware County officer, it was another semi involved. No identity of the driver, CDL status, all that stuff. Speaking of which, we're gonna take a dive in discussing the industry in depth with OOIDA's Executive Vice President Louis Pugh next hour. English language proficiency. Are we really looking to try and clean up the industry? Part of our discussion. Legislation, where things stand on a number of issues. Side underride guards, speed limiters, ELDs. So stick around for that. Meanwhile, I mentioned, all right, after the cold Arctic blast, the big dip in the jet stream, freezing the eastern half of the country. We're turning things around. Significant rise in temperatures across the plains, parts of the Mississippi Valley. We may actually go from some near record lows to possibly challenging record high temperatures. Come on, Mother Nature, what are you doing? We're switching the big dip in the jet stream to a big northward bulge. Under this dome of warm air, temperatures at ground level climbing well into the 70s and 80s in some cases for multiple days from the Rockies to the plains. You may challenge some record highs in portions of Texas, Oklahoma come Friday. How about Chicago? After highs in the 30s early in the week, you're back in the 50s right now. And that'll be the case here again for Thursday, Friday, back into the 60s by Saturday. That's above normal. Average high mid-November in Chicago's about 50 degrees. In the Northeast, you're not going to be so lucky. The cold's going to be hanging on in that region right through the weekend, where you've got that persistent southward dip in the jet stream. You'll see a series of quick-moving storms reinforcing pushes of cold air. Clippers dropping in out of Canada. One such storm is going to roll through actually today. That'll bring another round of accumulating snow to the Adirondacks. northeastern New York, the Green Mountains of Vermont. Maybe a slushy accumulation on top of what fell earlier this week. In some of the areas, western and northern Pennsylvania, western and central New York as well. Air may be cold enough to get a little more lake effect snow bands on the northern shorelines off Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. But south of the storm, afternoon highs increasing by about 10 degrees from what you saw for Tuesday in the mid-Atlantic and southeastern New England. We're warming up 10 to 20 degrees in the Ohio Valley states. For example, New York City, you'll be within a few degrees of 50. In the wake of the storm, colder air forecast to return Thursday to Friday. Some lake effect snow once again in the southeast. The cold air is in the process of exiting. Temperatures trending upward through the end of the week and into the weekend. Temperatures rebounding well into the 60s and 70s in Atlanta. That's going to be slightly above the average for here mid-November. Michael, who was it? Well, I guess the old adage of a penny saved is a penny earned. All right, so everybody, have you thought about, hey, this is the last ever run of pennies. We better stockpile them. They may be worth something more than a penny someday. All right, not really. I did a little chat. I came across, talk about not wasting any time trying to earn a buck. There are some websites that were offering the last run of pennies minted. A roll is 50 cents. 2 rolls, value $1, right? We'll send you 2 rolls of pennies for $9.95. Probably shipping not included. And I bet you there's a ton of people that are buying into that. Somebody's going to make a fortune off of it. This last run of pennies is in the 300 and something billion pennies minted. Typically, the value of a coin is based on lower mintage numbers. There's not as many to go around. There's going to be a ton of these. But officially, the U.S. Mint has ended production of the penny to save money, actually, because the 1 cent coin that way back when you could actually buy a snack or a piece of candy for a penny. For years, they've been irrelevant. The last penny struck at the Mint in Philadelphia, where the country's smallest denomination coins have been produced since 1793. Last year, Congress passed the Coinage Act. Officials said the final pennies would be auctioned off. Okay, God bless America. We're going to save the taxpayers $56 million, according to the treasurer. And just before hitting the button to strike that final penny. Pennies remain legal tender, but no more new ones will be made. The last coin to be discontinued was the half cent back in 1857. Can you imagine a time when a half a penny was worth enough to actually buy something? Half cent. President Trump ordered the penny's demise because costs climbed. It was costing us nearly 4 cents for every penny produced. I mean, what's the use? Billions of pennies remain in circulation, but they're rarely essential for any financial transactions. For far too long, we have minted pennies, which literally cost us more than 2 cents, and now closer to 4. This is so wasteful. Still, a lot of people have a nostalgia. Maybe looking for them for luck, fun to collect. Some retailers voicing concerns in recent weeks as supplies have run low and the end of production drawing near. The phase-out was rather abrupt. No guidance from the government on how to handle transactions. So what we've been seeing in some cases, retailers in some cases are rounding down prices or rounding up, whatever the case might be. The more creative among them, giving out prizes like a free drink in exchange for a pile of pennies. All right. Some banks started rationing supplies recently, a somewhat paradoxical result of an effort to address what is maybe seen as the glut of the coins. Over the last century, about half the coins made at the mints in Philadelphia and Denver have actually been pennies. Now, they still have a better production cost-to-value ratio than the nickel. Nickel costs nearly 14 cents to make. The diminutive dime, by comparison, actually costs less than 6 cents to produce. In the quarter, nearly 15 cents. In 1793, a penny could actually get you a biscuit, a candle, piece of candy. These days, of course, most of them are sitting in drawers or glass jars or cast aside or collected. No matter the face value, collectors and historians consider them an important historical record that can be traced back for more than 200 years. Okay. We put mottos on them and self-identifiers, and we decide, in the case of the United States, which dead persons are most important to us and should be commemorated. All right, they reflect our politics, our religion, our art, our ideals, our aspirations. All right, so much for the penny. Penny saved is a penny earned. I remember my father-in-law. He was one of those, always, if there was a penny, he didn't care if it was heads up, heads down. The old superstition about, is it heads up? Pick it up. He'd pick up a penny no matter what. It is 844-844-3388. As I mentioned, the president has officially signed off ending the government shutdown. He had a few words to say just before signing the documentation. Today, we're sending a clear message. We will never give in to extortion, because that's exactly what this was. They tried to extort. The Democrats tried to extort our country. In just a moment, I'll sign a bill like what was asked of the Democrats to send us many days ago. The shutdown has cost this country $1.5 trillion. Republicans never wanted it, said the president. All right. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving under the stars. Max Meadows, Virginia tonight. See, you're warming up, 48 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up out there. All right, we'll get a quick timeout. Hello to Bob in Michigan. Good to have you on board. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Where we leave off there. Good to have you on board. Get a new day underway. Let's see. Industry headlines. Let's jump over. Start off with recall. Mack and Volvo trucks issuing separate recalls related to lighting issues and also extending a previous recall over defective seatbelts. Here's what we know. Volvo trucks, let's start there. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Volvo Truck North America recalling more than 3,000 model year 2025 and 26 VN trucks. In the affected trucks, the center marker lights on the roof may fail to illuminate. If marker lights do not illuminate, visibility of the truck can be reduced, increasing the likelihood of a crash. Consequently, those trucks do not comply with the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard 108 that references lamps, reflective devices. Now, there have been 237 warranty claims related to the issue thus far. So, authorized Volvo truck dealers will replace the center roof marker lights at no charge. Meanwhile, Mack trucks, they're referencing the headlights. Mack trucks recalling more than 9,000 model year 2025 Granite trucks. In this recall, the LED headlights may fail. Obviously, a loss of headlight function could create obvious issues. Risk of a crash. As of November 3rd, Mack had received 361 warranty claims related to this issue. Not aware to date of any incidents or injuries, but dealers will replace the LED headlights. Letters notifying owners of the affected trucks expected to be mailed out January 2nd. And then it was about a month ago, Mack recalled thousands of trucks over a seatbelt issue. Volvo, they say, had found a similar seatbelt defect. Much smaller in scope, Volvo trucks recalling just a few hundred model year 2016 to 2026 BAH trucks. Apparently, those trucks may have a passenger seatbelt anchor that's not adequately reinforced to the floor. Of course, a defective seatbelt could potentially fail to restrain a passenger during a crash. Volvo truck dealers will install a new weld nut and washer at no charge. Letters for that recall also going out on January 2nd. All right, what else in the mix? Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. Boy, here's the next level when it comes to California. He says, essentially, we've caught them red-handed. The Biden-era sanctuary state policies in California, foisted on the state and Americans by Gavin Newsom, have once again collided with federal law, this time on America's highways. The California Department of Motor Vehicles has admitted to illegally issuing 17,000 commercial driver's licenses to foreign nationals who were not legally eligible to hold them. Yeah, not 1,700, 17,000. After weeks of claiming they did nothing wrong, Gavin Newsom and California have been caught red-handed, says Duffy. Now that we've exposed their lies, 17,000 illegally issued trucking licenses are being revoked. This is just the tip of the iceberg, he says. My team's going to continue to force California to prove they have removed every illegal immigrant from behind the wheel of semi-trucks and school buses. A spokesperson for Newsom responding in a statement that says, once again, the Sean Road Rules Duffy fails to share the truth, spreading easily disproven falsehoods in a sad, desperate attempt to please his dear leader. The federal crackdown requires the state to revoke the licenses or face steep financial penalties, as we know. According to Duffy, the exposure came after the audit by the FMCSA that found systemic violations in California's licensing process, violations that allowed non-domiciled and in many cases undocumented or illegal individuals to obtain credentials to operate commercial trucks, semis, school buses. The Department of Transportation confirmed official notices have been sent to all 17,000 of those CDL holders, warning them their licenses no longer meet federal standards and will automatically expire within 60 days. Now that's going to be, that'll be a hit. I'm thinking on the industry, right? 17,000 in one failed swoop. California's also being required to submit a full audit of their non-domiciled CDL program, so federal regulators can verify that every illegal license has been canceled and to ensure the same policy failures don't happen again. We investigated. The investigation uncovered systemic policy, procedural, programming errors in their CDL system. These lapses allowing licenses to be issued to individuals whose legal stay in the country had already expired, or in some cases had no verified legal status whatsoever. Audit found more than 25% of CDL records sampled in the state failed to comply with federal law, including instances where licenses extended far beyond the driver's work authorization. Critics have long accused Newsom of using state agencies to shield illegal immigrants, especially from federal enforcement. They are one of the few states that are openly granting standard driver's licenses to illegals. But now the Department of Motor Vehicles appears to have gone even further, handing out commercial license allowing operations of a 40-ton truck on interstate routes. The latest violation compounds the growing conflict with federal regulators. We know last month the DOT announced they were withholding $40 million in federal funds after finding the state failed to comply with the mandatory English proficiency standards. They've now warned Sacramento up to $160 million in federal highway funds may be pulled unless the state brings their licensing programs into full compliance, as they say. A report also noted the California Highway Patrol actually publicly declared back in July that they had no intention of enforcing the English language requirement for truck drivers. How reckless can you be? Back in May, of course, the order for stricter national enforcement of the English language rules. Now, with 17,000 illegal CDLs now revoked, Duffy said the department's mission is clear: to hold California accountable and restore integrity to the transportation system in this country. It's not about politics, he said. It's about the rule of law here. His investigatory expose as the Democrat-forced government shutdown has kept him very busy dealing with the air traffic control crisis around the country, showing that the self-admitted Democrat obstruction has been flooding the zone against the Trump administration. Number of ways, number of different industries. All right, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit Tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House has passed a funding measure to end the government shutdown, but prior to the vote, Republicans and Democrats blamed each other for the prolonged standoff. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
They admitted that they were using the American people as leverage in this political game. They knew that it would cause pain, and they did it anyway. The whole exercise was pointless. It was wrong, and it was cruel.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says the bill does not help Americans struggling with high costs.
The longest shutdown in American history, would rather do that than provide health care that's affordable to working class Americans, middle class Americans, and hardworking American taxpayers.
The shutdown is the longest in U.S. history. The bill now heads to the president's desk, who is expected to sign. Airlines warn travel will not return to normal immediately after the government reopens. A shortage of air traffic controllers, many working side jobs during the shutdown, have caused delays and cancellations at major airports. Yesterday, 4,000 flights were delayed, 1,200 canceled. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says disruptions could continue for several days.
2 weeks before Thanksgiving, you're going to see air travel be reduced to a trickle. We have a number of people who want to get home for the holidays. They want to see their family. They want to celebrate this great American holiday. Listen, many of them are not going to be able to get on an airplane.
Duffy expressing his concerns while speaking at O'Hare Airport yesterday. Secretary of State Marco Rubio warns Israeli settler violence in the West Bank could threaten the Gaza ceasefire, pledging U.S. support for Trump's deal. The G7 also called on Iran to meet nuclear obligations and permit humanitarian aid to Gaza.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 327 points, the S&P 500 rose 4 points, and the NASDAQ dropped 62 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, This just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
I really think that we will continue to inch ahead over the last few kind of straggling ballots that get counted. And, we're going to wait for everything to be counted, but I feel that we've won this race.
Progressive socialist Katie Wilson has been elected Seattle's next mayor, defeating incumbent Bruce Harrell. Wilson campaigned on higher taxes, renter protections, and shifting some public safety duties away from the police. With her late surge giving her a nearly 2,000 vote lead, Harrell cannot mathematically catch up. Her win completes a progressive sweep of city offices, setting up a more divided city council where compromise will be key. The Los Angeles City Council has voted to update the rent stabilization ordinance.
City Council members say it uses a new formula that will set allowable rent increases at 4%. The RSO also removes additional charges for electricity and gas. It targets roughly 650,000 units in the city and represents the most substantive changes to the rent stabilization ordinance in more than 4 decades. I'm Sharon Reardon.
A wanted felon led deputies on a high-speed pursuit in Spokane County, Washington State.
The incident started in Stevens County when deputies tried to pull over 37-year-old Jeffrey Bauman. He has a history of eluding police. Deputies believe that he was impaired when he drove into oncoming traffic at 70 miles an hour. Spike strips flattened his tires and he crashed in a ditch. He was booked into the Spokane County Jail on multiple felony eluding charges. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I'd like to welcome our guest at this hour, the Executive Director of OOIDA, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, the one and only Louis Pugh. Louis, how the heck are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be on the show, and little bit frosty out here in Missouri. Is it today or tonight? But other than that, it's great.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we got a little taste of old man winter here, Louis. But all I know is we're going to warm up a little bit over the next couple of days. But I hope you do the same. But I haven't talked to you since I think Louisville, maybe at the Mid-America Truck Show was the last chance we had to have a conversation. So there are tons of things going on in the trucking industry right now that are actually making like national headlines. I mean, the mainstream media even talking about some of what's going on, primarily, I guess, the English language proficiency requirements that the Trump administration is actually now beginning to enforce, rules that have been on the books for years and years, which they hadn't really been enforcing previously. I think that's a good place for us to start, Louis. Can you give us an update on what you think's going on? Is this administration actually in the process and going to do something about getting these non-English speaking drivers off the road?
Not only do I think they're listening, but of course they have been and continue. Here at OIDA, as you said, we haven't spoke since Matt's, but we've been very happy with the administration so far and listening to truckers and their concerns, especially on the language proficiency front. I'm sure you're well aware, we and your listeners, petitioned CVSA there early this year to get this put back in the out of service. Mm-hmm. We were successful with that. Of course, Trump and the Duffy administration at the same time put the language in that you have to speak English proficiently to drive a truck. So that helped with that as well. And so as we moved on forward, then DOT started investigating these non-domicile CDLs because we, along with some other folks, saw a very big problem with that. So with that being said, they started investigating that. And then, of course, we saw the pause put on there while they're doing their or DOT ordering them to stop issuing them. And, of course, then we had this big lawsuit, and now that's been put on a pause. But at the end of the day, yes, I know for a fact they are listening.
So can you explain to me and the drivers out there, what is a non-domiciled CDL, and how long have we been using them? And are there lots of them out there, or can you help me understand that?
Yeah, yes, there are lots of them out there. And unfortunately, of course, OIDA's always opposed this. And in 2019, this got petitioned by American Trucking Association to allow more domicile CDLs in light of their so-called driver shortage that everybody out there knows we don't have.
Right.
But what the thought process behind it was for someone here in the States, say you live in Florida and a motor carrier in Arkansas wants to hire you and train you, you could go to Arkansas, go through training, they could get you a CDL in the state of Arkansas, even though you're a resident, say, of Florida, and that would be a non-domicile CDL, so you didn't have to come do all the training, then go back to your home state and go through the CDL process and then come back to work. It could do it all one thing. What happened, though, is it's opened this great big hole I don't think anybody realized was going to happen, to make it to where pretty much anybody and everybody from everywhere could get these licenses. And we've just had a complete outbreak. And, we're seeing these states, thousands, hundreds of thousands of these got issued to foreign folks. From what we've been able to tell, a lot of the states don't even know who they gave them to, how they got handed out. We think a lot of them got handed out that shouldn't have been handed out, and it's just turned into this great big mess. And we know that it's hard for enforcement, it's hard for insurance, it's hard for everybody, because these CDLs, some of them, it doesn't even show up depending on the state, it doesn't show on the license or even the MVR that it's a non-domicile CDL. And then we've found cases where there'll be 20 people with the same address, and maybe they only have a first name and the last name says unknown, or it's just sanity that some of these states allowed this to happen.
Wow. And I know that Secretary Duffy has really, he's pointed out California is the one. They've actually withheld $40 million in funding. He's threatening to withhold more, but he's been notifying other states, Colorado, Washington, several others, Utah, I think, about they need to actually start enforcing these regulations or they're going to pay a price. Is that correct?
Yes, and there's some other states. I mean, we feel there's probably 20-some states at least that are going to get these letters, and from my understanding, this kind of a process as FMCSA and DOT goes through this. They're just once they get done with one state, they're moving on to next, sending letters. I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword, probably right. The problem we have is FMCSA doesn't really have any authority to tell these states that they can't issue them. The only thing, or to stop issuing them, the only thing they can really do is withhold funds. Now, we had this intern, or I should say, they can't tell them to recall them. They can stop it, which they did with this intern final rule, that IFR that came out at the end of September. So that stops it. But they can't make them technically recall them. The only way they can do that is by withholding funds, and that's kind of what we're seeing take place in California.
So, in other words, where you have all these, thousands or tens of thousands that actually have these non-domiciled CDLs, they can't recall them now. If their expiration date is in 2028 or 2029, they got to let them keep driving. Is that the correct understanding?
Well, DOT can't make them stop. That's, the states could. The states can recall. I mean, we've seen that happen in the past. They found a bad trucking school or something like that. And, so they have the ability, but it has to be done at the state. And that's the thing. The DOT doesn't have the authority to make them do it. What they can do, and that's how this is playing out, is they can withhold money. So that's where DOT's power comes in, is the checkbook.
Okay. So, all right. So we mentioned that the lawsuit that had been filed several weeks after Secretary Duffy implemented, saying you're going to do this, and they filed a lawsuit. And I guess here in the last couple of days, maybe Monday of this week, the court is saying, we're going to hold up on that. What does that mean? Where everything is the status quo until who has to hear that? Is it going to go to the Supreme Court or who?
Well, it's like a district court right now, and it could probably wind up working its way up. My understanding from what I read, and I'm not an attorney. My understanding, and we're still going through some of this, but what it comes down to now is the fact that some trucking groups and some others got together, some of the people that were affected by non-domicile and some unions and stuff, from the way I read, got together. They had kind of a class action lawsuit to stop this. So what the court initially has done has paused what the feds asked for, so they can continue to operate and have these while the court takes their time to go through this to do a ruling. The court didn't feel that it was legal for DOT and stuff to stop this in the administration.
Okay.
So that's what we're now. We'll still have to wait on this court to hear it. This is just pausing the rule till the court does make a decision.
And any idea, when it comes to the courts, I know sometimes it can be weeks, sometimes it could be months. Do we have any inkling of how long it's going to take for them to actually make a yay or nay on it, or?
I'm not going to go that far. I'm not a gambling man, buddy.
Okay. So it could drag.
I'd like to think that they will fast track this, but you never, like you said, courts can do things quickly. Courts can drag things out.
All right. Well, I do know that we've been following this all from the get-go, and I thank you guys there at OOIDA for being behind getting this stuff going, because the English language proficiency has essentially been in the Green Book, the rules and regulations, all the way back to 1930-something, but they stopped enforcing it a number of years ago. So, and now I want to move forward to where we have a whole bunch of pieces of lead.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
let's see if we can get back with the rest. The rest of the story. My apologies. Digital playback says, that's all I'm going to give you for the moment. All right. So thank you so much, Louie. I'm going to follow up, get a little more. I know that we talked a bit about the Truckers for Troops campaign. It is, of course, Veterans Day, Tuesday of this week. All continuing through this week and on through the upcoming weekend. The annual Truckers. So that'll continue through the opening of business on Monday, November 17. What that means is if you want to join or renew your membership at OOIDA, you can do that at a discounted rate, $35 for a year. 10% of that goes to the Truckers for Troops campaign, and then they match that 10% dollar for dollar. So pretty much each day, continuing through the end of the week and through the weekend, weekdays you can dial the toll-free number. Now, what do we have? 816-229-5791, 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Central Time. And then, of course, over the weekend, you can go online to OOIDA.com. You simply select Become a Member to join or renew. So there you go. All right, pick it up there at 844-3388. See what Eagle has on his mind. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. I was listening to what the guy was talking about. Before I get to what I'm going to say, truck driving deal right quick. Steve, like I told you before, it's California, Gavin Newsom, he ought to be held accountable for what he's doing. They are, as far as I'm concerned, they ought to be barred from issuing CDLs in the state of California at this point, since they don't seem to give a damn about who they put behind the wheel of a truck. I wish there was some way Duffy could stop California from even issuing CDLs until they can get the system thing under control and find out who these people are that they're giving these licenses. These truck schools in California, all of them need to be investigated. And if they're found to be doing illegal business, you shut them all down. And I'm fed up with all of them. And I'm fed up, been fed up with Gavin Newsom in the state of California. As far as, like I said, I told you that long time ago when we started talking, Steve. Like I said, with the bogus 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, and hopefully we'll have another guy call in tonight and question me about saying that. But 55 mile an hour is an outdated speed limit. It's played out. It's nothing but a money grabber. Like I told you before, the speed limit is 75 mile an hour in Texas. Some points in Texas you can run 80 mile an hour. And for them to pull a truck over doing 57 miles an hour is bogus and it's garbage, and it's just taking money from a hard-working truck driver. So like I said, I boycotted the state of California for the last 6 years, and I don't give a damn. They can starve it there for all I care in California, because I'm fed up with the whole deal as far as them concerned. I don't want to get on a rant about California because you know how I feel about it. Right. Now let me talk about this. Let me talk about this situation with the government shutdown. Okay, so the government shutdown is officially over, from what I'm understanding. Yes. Donald Trump signed the paperwork tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, about 9:45. You signed it.
I want to make sure I didn't misspeak. Okay, I think I said, Donald Trump signed the paperwork, so the government is back open, because this could have been a real nightmare going into the Thanksgiving holidays with all these air traffic controllers and other people not working and people not getting paid. So I'm glad they came to some kind of conclusion to this deal. Like I said, this all could have been avoided. This shouldn't have never been a government shutdown anyway. This was just a ploy by the Democrats to try to ruin Donald Trump's economy and try to sway votes over to the Democrats. And, it looked like it might have worked, in New York City with this guy, this imposter that they elected. But like I said, Steve, this whole system, man, we need to make some serious changes. There's a lot of unnecessary government spending going on right now. A lot of people, a lot of money is being paid out to people that don't deserve it. And hopefully this has been seen with this government shutdown, and we will be able to make some changes in the very near future to eliminate some of this wasteful spending, because there's a lot of wasteful spending going on right now, and they need to all these people that's on these welfare and SNAP, all these people need to be investigated, and they need to come up with some type of period. They need to come up with, like I told you, like other people have said, 6 months to a year, and I'm being very nice when I say that, 6 months to a year of being on government benefits, and then you on your own, as far as I'm concerned. If you and like I said, I'm being real nice when I say that. But they need to make some serious changes in this system, because I'm getting tired of people. This, like I heard a guy say last night, that welfare is not set up, Steve, to be from the cradle to the grave, and that's what a lot in some parts of the country. You go into certain neighborhoods, you got the mother that's on welfare, the grandmother, the whole damn family is from the cradle to the grave, and that's not what welfare is designed for. From take care of you from the day you're born until the day you die. It's just that simple. You at some point in your life, you gotta take control of your life and get up off your butt and go find a job and stop asking for a handout from the government. Now, one other thing right quick before I hang up with you, and that concerns these protesters, because I've been fed up with them. The situation out in Portland, Oregon continues on day after day, night after night with these and it's getting more and more violent. They're finding all kind of weapons in these camps that these people have. It was basically Antifa, these troublemakers. These camps, they're finding all kind of weapons that these guys are planning on using when they break up these camps. And like Tom Homan said, he's been saying it for a long time, it's not a matter of if somebody gonna get hurt, it's just a matter of when. This needs to come to a stop, these protests, because the only thing that needs to be said about this, and I've said it so many times on your show over the last couple of weeks, Steve, to show you how stupid these people are, and so I'm going to say this so even the dumbest listener of your show can understand what I'm saying. These people are protesting for people that are in the country illegally. That's right. They're in the country illegally. If you're in the country illegally, you have no right to be here, and you have no rights. Simple as that. So maybe even the dumbest listener of your show can understand that. And I thank you for taking my call.
There you go. Thank you much, Eagle. I wanted to get in early tonight. All right. 844-844-3388. Yeah, we've been concerned about the Thanksgiving, the holidays just around the corner. Air travel, which has been a nightmare. Thousands of cancellations in recent days. It's getting better, and it will continue to get better, but it's not going to be overnight. Transportation Secretary Duffy this past day says it's probably going to take about a week for the air travel system to fully recover, just in time for the Thanksgiving rush. Speaking on Finity, Duffy acknowledged the chaos travelers have faced, especially over the past weekend when we had thousands of flights delayed or canceled. Air traffic control, staffing issues, workers missing pay, ground stops, cascading delays, major congestion at some of our key airports. Nationwide air travel disruptions. We saw a peak of more than 2,700 flight cancellations and over 10,000 delays in a single day. Earlier days, we saw thousands more. The FAA had ordered flight reductions at 40 major airports around the country that had been increasing over the past week. That started last Friday. People who flew those days know just how bad it was. It will start getting better. With the government now reopened Air traffic controllers are going to get 70% of their back pay within 24 to 48 hours, he says. He believes that'll stabilize the workforce quickly and restore normal operations. Once we're fully open, it's going to take us probably a week, he says, to get things back to normal, which is right before that significant Thanksgiving travel. He also praised President Trump for supporting that plan to reward controllers who continued working every day during the shutdown despite not getting a paycheck. Duffy said they're patriots. For those who did come, let's give them $10,000. I love that the president brought that up. We're going to make it happen. Now, he said many controllers simply took leave because, well, they said they couldn't afford gas, child care, basic expenses during the freeze in federal pay. Something he said he doesn't fault them for that. But those who stayed on the job, they deserve recognition. All right. It is 844-844-3388. New day coming your way. We close out Hump Day, making our way into a Thursday. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House passed a funding measure to end the government shutdown.
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed. The motion is adopted.
The final tally was 222 to 209. The bill now heads to President Trump's desk for a signature. This will end the longest shutdown in U.S. history. President Trump says Democrats are using the Jeffrey Epstein hoax to distract from the government shutdown and other issues. While posting on Truth Social, Trump warned Republicans to not fall for the distraction, saying Democrats' actions have cost the country $1.5 trillion. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt reinforced Trump's point.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
Leavitt questioned why Virginia Giuffre's name was redacted despite her public statements about Epstein. The president has not been charged. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit Tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Don't get stuck.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a new day comes our way. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Carl, got you coming up here momentarily. Wanted to see if we can get back a little more from Louis Pugh, Executive Vice President of OOIDA, talking about the Truckers for Troops campaign, which continues through the rest of the week here, through the upcoming weekend.
In November, we have our Truckers for Troops campaign. Truckers for Troops was started in 2007 here in-house, and what we wanted to do, of course, at that time we were, involved in all the war in the Middle East, and so what we wanted to do was raise money to send care packages to troops, either folks that were members who were over there serving or their family members and what. And since then, due to the generosity, all of the American truckers, we've raised over $800,000. And, the way we do that is we have these little drives, charity drives, for lack of better terms, during Veterans Day, and then we have one in May. And 10% of your dues, if you join from the 10th to the 16th of November, 10% of your dues will go to Truckers for Troops, and all administration costs are picked up by OIDA. So 100% of those 10% of dues goes to the charity. And then if you would people want to donate more, which a lot of people do, heck, we have people donate $300, $400, $500 on top of it. 100% of your donations go to charity. And, a lot of charities, as you know, a certain percentage goes to administrative costs and stuff like that. I eat all that. So 100% of the money goes to the forces. And kind of what we do now, Steve, is we've thankfully, we're not in all these conflicts all over the world right now. So we don't have as many care packages. So what we do now is we still do care packages, of course. That's our first thing. But the other money we share with the Veterans Community Project, which builds tiny homes for veterans. They have a few communities around the United States that are continuing to grow. And it's really a great program. They bring people in off the street. They give them a little house to live in for a year or two. They get them back up on their feet. They help them get jobs, because that's the thing. If you're homeless, you don't even have an address, so you can't get a job. and you can't get all these things. So they get them a job, they get them rehabilitated, and they get them out there. And it was a veteran-started thing, and it's a great organization. And, you know, I can't say enough the generosity of members. But, yes, during this week, if you're already a member, call in, you can renew. You know, it'll just extend from your expiration date for another year. Even if you just renewed in Louisville, you can renew now, and, you know, you get your full year. If you're not a member, this is a great time to join because it supports those who have supported us and supported our country.
Well, I can say for a fact that I'm very familiar with your program because my son, who was stationed in Afghanistan at the time, and I would get off work in the morning and come home. And back then, it was there was a call-in program where you could kind of try to talk to each other video-wise. I couldn't get video, but I could actually talk to my son in the morning, and you guys sent him a care package, and it wasn't just him. It was like his group, his platoon, like 10 or 12 guys or whatever, and they got all those supplies. I can say my son was a beneficiary of the Truckers for Troops campaign, and I can't thank you enough for that.
Well, it's our pleasure, but thanks to the listeners, because they're the ones who really do it. You know, your listeners, the truckers, they're the ones who really pay for it. It's just like they do a lot of things here in America they don't get any appreciation for, so.
I had moving on, there's several, I mean, obviously with the English language and the non-domicile, those are like the top of awareness. Can you give me an update on what's going on with the other regulations? Are speed limiters still on the table? Are the automatic emergency braking systems still on the table? Side underride guards. What's going on with all this other legislative stuff?
Well, of course, yeah, there's still a lot of stuff on the table. We, of course, as you well know, and I'm sure a lot of listeners know, we're in the Congress is in the beginning of parts of the new next Highway Authorization Act, which, of course, is a highway bill, sort of the trucker Super Bowl. That's where most trucking legislation lives and dies on Capitol Hill. Mm-hmm. So we're working, but, I mean, technically, speed limiters is off the table over at DOT. DOT ruled on it, and it's dead.
Okay.
We won that fight.
That's good.
But here's the thing, like we talked about earlier, if you don't get a law to codify that up on Capitol Hill, the next administration, if it would be, mindset would be different. Somebody could petition, the safety folks or ATA again or whoever could petition this, and it could come back up. That's why it's so important to try to codify. So there is a bill out there. It's the DRIVE Act. The same language as before. If we could get that into the highway bill, that would be wonderful because that would, in past that would codify it. And then again, it would take an act of Congress to ever change and put speed limiters in there. So
gotcha.
It's definitely an active thing. The restroom access bill, of course, which I continue to say it's crazy. We have to have a regulation for people to use the bathroom. It's still on the table. It's out there playing. Of course, we support that. It's going to be in the highway bill. There's been a lot of good movements on the EPA side that were, to help get rid of some of this craziness and the NOx emissions and stuff like that. The driver compensation bill, the guaranteed overtime for truckers, this bill in the House and the Senate on that. That is something that we're continuing to push. There's a broker reform bill out there, both House and Senate side, to help with some of this fraud and some of this carrier fraud, broker fraud, or freight fraud, for lack of better terms, is out there. Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. We have a bill on the House side. We're still working to get a bill on the Senate side. So I urge people who want to please reach out to your senators about this parking problem. We definitely need to get that on the Senate side, and we definitely need to get that in the highway bill. Some bad stuff that there's a little bit of rumblings out there, there's some size and weight issues out there that we're pushing back against. There hasn't been an underride bill come out, but there's still plenty of work going on behind the scenes from the folks pushing the underride guard. So it's, it never hurts to say that 21 driver debacle, that's still floating around out there we are afraid of. Probably, we haven't seen it yet, but there'll probably be insurance minimums come up as we move into this highway bill. Once Congress comes, it looks like probably by the end of the week, the government may open back up.
Yes.
So once the government gets open, Transportation Infrastructure Committee is probably, we thought we were going to see a mock-up bill before the end of the year. I don't know if we will. It'll be the first of next year, but we're going to start seeing this stuff coming to life. So it's as important as ever for the folks out there listening. You've got to call your lawmakers. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. And as I tell everyone, I guarantee you the people working against you, they are making the phone calls. They are talking to lawmakers. They are every option they have, they're using. So we need to do the same thing. And OIDA is a strong force on Capitol Hill, but we're a strong force because we have, over 100,000 members who belong to us, and they're active in grassroots. And, we should have 300,000 or 400,000 members, and we'd be unstoppable. But that's where it really comes, is members picking up the phone. It makes my job and my guys in D.C.'s job so much easier when I walk into an office on Capitol Hill and their staffer or their lawmakers like, hey, we're getting all these phone calls about this speed limiter thing. Can you explain that to me? And then explain to it. And, it's much easier to get them on when they're hearing from the people from home that vote for them.
Right, because there are literally thousands of things that are going through Congress on an annual basis. They bring things up day after day. And my representative, your representative, may have no idea about a piece of legislation that's been introduced. So I guess you're reiterating that it is crucial for members and anyone out there to actually take 5 minutes, take 10 minutes, make a phone call your House member, call your senator, and support a piece of legislation that might be crucial to their life or their industry, correct?
Correct. And, the biggest thing I hear from members at truck shows and phone calls and stuff is that, well, that's what we pay you for, because I don't know what to say to these people, how to talk to these people. That's why we're members. And I tell people, you do know how to talk to them because you're the real expert. Most members of Congress never even been inside of a truck. I mean, there's a couple, but most don't know anything. They don't know anything about trucking. Mm-hmm. So the only thing they know is what lobbyists and safety advocates tell them. So you're the expert. Be professional, but explain to them how your job works and how different rules and regulations either help you or hurt you and why it will be good for you or detrimental to you. And that's all you have to do. Just talk to your lawmaker like you're talking to me. I mean, I'm just a trucker too. I don't got no college education or anything. And that's all. I go up and I talk about what we're doing. I talk about why. I talked about how it may or may not have affected me and my business, or how it's affecting my members. The calls we're getting are from our board of directors here at OIDA. They're all truckers. That's all you got to do. It's really simple.
All right. I guess lastly, Louie, I thank you so much for taking some time out to chat with us. Any things that I haven't really touched on yet that may be on the top of your list that we need to address with the drivers out there? What would you say right now is the main thing that they would need to contact their representative? You guys put out what they call a call to action from time to time. Anything out there right now that you would say is top of the list? Contact your lawmaker and see if we can get something done.
I would say the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, 100%. I would say this whole Rouser bill on the non-domiciled CDL, those two things, especially the Drive Act and the GOT truckers. And then I also would say, which there's no bill or anything out there, but we've been talking behind the scenes. Talk to your lawmaker about driver training, because, I hear every trucker out there, these guys don't know what they're doing today. Well, that's because they're not trained correctly. Talk about how we need much stronger training. I've pretty much got to the point when I talk to lawmakers anymore, I say if you want to turn safety numbers around, the first three things we need to do and address is training truckers, paying truckers, and giving them a safe place to rest. That's going to help safety more than anything right off the bat. And these are hard, expensive things, but that's what needs to be done. And, I just want to say OIDA gives you a great platform, an easy platform to do this. It's called fightingfortruckers.com. You can go on fightingfortruckers.com and see all the things that you and I have been talking about tonight, Steve. They can find out who their lawmakers are right there real easy. Mm-hmm. They can either call their lawmakers from there or...
All right, thank you very much, Louis Pugh, Executive Director of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Yeah, Louis is not one for much staying up till the midnight hour to join us live, or 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, obviously. So that was a conversation I had with him like 9:30 this past morning. I spent a lot of time behind the scenes trying to get stuff done here. And all right, thank you very much, Louis, and OOIDA. All right, so we'll get a quick time out here. And like I said, Carl, hang in there. Got you coming up right after the news break. And, of course, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Got a Thursday coming your way. Time zone to time zone, making our way into the 13th day of November. Yeah, and if you weren't with us out of the box, yeah, the anticipation of maybe a redo of the Great Northern Lights show that was seen over nearly the entire lower 48. Some 24 hours ago. He thought it might happen again. That third CME indeed arrived, I guess, late this past afternoon. It has sparked a geomagnetic storm, but not to the level that we saw last night. Right now, levels are bouncing around between Category 1 and Category 3 as the solar wind blows around the Earth. Now, forecasters, they do say there's a lingering chance of a G4 storm here on the 13th. So things are, it's been fluctuating up and down. So, meanwhile, I promise we get to Carl here on a Thursday. Thanks for hanging in there. Carl, what's happening?
All right, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Last week, I had 2 days of work with Honda, the auto parts, because they're still looking for the electronic chips, having the dispute with China and as well with it's the Netherlands, now. And this week I may possibly get three days of work in. So really it's not been too good, except for I am getting 2 or 3 days a week, right now.
But obviously your paycheck's down, in other words, right? It's your...
yeah. Yes, it is. And that's not good.
Yeah.
That's just part of the battle out here. Mr. Louis Pugh was talking about. You run into these issues every once in a while out here. And I've done this since 1996. January will be my 30th year in January coming up. So I'm within about 18 months of just hanging up the keys, retiring. Basically. But I've been a company driver the whole entire time. I've had no desire to own a truck, none whatsoever, because I've watched so many, watched them get into the truck and get out of the truck within a week sometimes, within 6 months sometimes, within a year or two. They just can't do it anymore with the owner-operator hassles out here with what they've got to deal with too. So really the place to rest is very important. When you get to to the point to where you need to find a place to park, it's hard to find. It's a chore, let me tell you. I mean, it really is. And when you're at a facility that just took 8 hours for you to get loaded, and then they want you off the parking lot, and you've ran out of hours for the day, then you've got to make a decision what you're going to do. And you're going to call your dispatcher, and then they're going to hem-haw around with you a little bit and say, well, just go find you a place to park. Well, it maybe not that easy, So it's a big deal out here, and it takes a lot to do that. And Mr. Louis Pugh is doing what he can do there, but it does take numbers. It probably needs more than 100,000 people to get involved in that, with the Congress people and whatnot. And the overtime pay, after you work 40 hours, we don't get paid. I don't get paid for overtime after 40 hours. I get paid a trip rate. That's what I get paid, a trip rate. And no matter how long it takes me to run that, I drive 650 miles a day when I'm working. And that's about the maximum. That's about all you can drive, because it takes every bit of my 11-hour driving time to do that. So, I just can't understand why these trucking companies think that they need to take such advantage of their drivers, because they look at this driver supposed shortage, and then they think, it's going to be, we're just going to fire these people, these drivers, and then we're going to get some more. That's what they want to do, it seems like to me all the time. But I know you're coming up to a break here, but I would want to talk about Venezuela too as well. Here, it's not stupid for us to do what we're about to do in Venezuela. Okay.
Well, if you want to hold that thought there, then we'll come back and. Venezuela. I don't know what's going to actually happen there. Or We got an aircraft carrier in the region now, and all the associated vessels, and we already had numerous ships in the region. Been going primarily after the drug boats, the smaller boats, trying to bring the drugs into the U.S., but the discussions about are we actually looking to do some operations on the ground in Venezuela? The president, we know, had already authorized covert operations, kind of like CIA and things of that nature to try to get in there. They've probably been there for some time anyway. But we'll get your thoughts on that. And we'll get to Philip, Knucklebuster, and room for you at 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and finance options. Learn more at tell360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed. The motion is adopted.
The House has approved a funding bill to end the government shutdown, passing it 222 to 209. The legislation now moves to the president's desk for a signature. The shutdown is the longest in U.S. history. House Speaker Mike Johnson says a bill forcing the Justice Department to release all Jeffrey Epstein case files will receive a floor vote next week. The discharge petition reached the required 218 signatures after Democrat Representative Adelina Grijalva was sworn in today. The move follows the emails in which Epstein references President Trump. White House person Caroline Leavitt.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
The president has not been accused of any crime. The fast news spreading H3N2 flu strain is causing early outbreaks in Canada, the UK, and Japan, raising global health concerns. This version has several mutations not covered by this year's flu shot, making it less effective. Although vaccines still help prevent severe illness, the U.S. flu data remains limited due to the CDC shutdown, but experts urge everyone to get vaccinated to reduce hospitalizations. U.S. Central Command says American troops will not be deployed to Gaza, denying reports of a $500 million base near the border. Around 200 U.S. personnel remain in Israel, assisting coordinate humanitarian aid and monitoring the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. is only planning potential facilities for an international stabilization force and not sending troops into Gaza. Good news on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 327 points, the S&P 500 rose 4 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 62 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
We just don't know what their use might be for the property. It could be very nefarious.
A federal appeals court has upheld Florida's law banning land sales to foreigners, ruling it does not discriminate against Asians.
Well, I think it bodes very well for Texas. I think Texas law will be upheld.
Supporters in Texas, including former state senator Don Huffiness, sees this as a win for the state's similar law, although it's still facing a lawsuit from 3 Chinese nationals here on visas. Iowa scientists say rising property insurance costs are linked to higher temperatures and extreme weather. Peter Thorne, University of Iowa.
Rising insurance premiums in Iowa are driven by increased costs of labor, building materials, and reinsurance. So these costs all are amplified by climate change and are escalating. And in some cases, insurers are leaving certain markets, including Iowa, due to rising costs.
The annual Iowa Climate Statement, backed by 177 experts, notes that states like Florida, California, and Texas are already seeing higher premiums due to hurricanes, floodings, and wildfires. A woman in Oregon claims ICE agents broke her car windows, pulled her out, and held her for 7 hours after she recorded them in a parking lot. Bernice Garcia Hernandez is a U.S. citizen and was never charged with a crime. Her attorney accuses DHS of providing false information about the arrest and is demanding her phone and engagement ring be returned. Authorities say she aggressively followed the agents. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, get another hour underway as we roll into a Thursday from time zone to time zone. I got an email this past day from Jim who says, Steve, why can't I listen to your broadcast live in the early morning? I'm listening on the Overnight Drive app. I'm not sure exactly what time early. We didn't specify. We're live from midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern time. So whatever time zone you're in, translate that. But midnight to 5 a.m. Yeah, after 5 a.m. on the app, they begin to run replays of previous shows. You can catch any particular day's replay through all the various podcast platforms, Spotify, iHeart. There's a ton of them out there. Yeah, we're on, I think, virtually all the podcast locations. You can always go to overnightdriveradio.com on the internet, and you can select which broadcast you'd like to listen to. Pretty much the same with YouTube, Facebook. You click on whichever day you want to run. The one thing I'll mention on the app, Jim, and I think this maybe confuses a lot of people out there. They'll pull up the Overnight Drive app, and it'll show, right now, it's 13th day of November, okay? It's a Thursday morning here. But on the app, I think it's showing like August 11. They've never been able to rectify how to get the date live on the app. So night after night, people pull it up and they're saying, well, this is a replay. Don't pay no attention to the date on the app between midnight and 5 a.m. Got it? All right, so back with Carl. Wanted to chime in, had a few thoughts about what's going on with Venezuela, the big military buildup there. Welcome back. Yes.
Yes, Steve. That right there is an issue that really gets people nervous, okay? A lot of people get a little bit scared over something like that, but Trump is setting that up the way he sets it up, okay? He has the authority to do that. There's a lot of people who even question his authority about that. But he definitely has the authority to watch over the United States. And that's what he's doing there, okay? Mm-hmm. And he's not going to go into a long, protracted, week-long battle with Venezuela, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to happen. He's going to get in there and do what he's got to do and get out. That's how it's going to work, okay? And he's got the overwhelming force out there right now watching. They're listening, they're looking, and they're waiting on Venezuela to make the wrong move. That's what they're doing. And when Venezuela makes the wrong move, then they're going to go just the same way the boats have went, okay? Underwater, basically. So, that right there is a good thing that's about to happen right there. Maduro has been advised on what to do, and that's basically to leave his position. So he probably will have to leave that position, or he will be vacated and evicted from his position. All right? Because he has a lot to do with this. Everything, as a matter of fact. But I just have a hard time believing that there are people out there who think this is a stupid operation, but it's not. It's way, way far from being stupid, okay, because it needs to be done. And getting to the protesters, okay, in California, and I think Steve, I've heard that there's supposed to be something with a major protest coming up at Washington, D.C., around the White House, around Thanksgiving or something, January 6th, like, they're going to try to remove. I've seen that on some internet logo there. There's something coming up there that they're going to try to organize a major coup, so to speak, with these people who are protesting, the Charlie Kirk rallies, and partly Antifa is involved in it and everything, and that is something too that Tolman is probably he's probably chomping at the bit on that one. So that's something to look forward to. But As a matter of fact, I do have tickets to go to Boston, okay, on Thanksgiving morning, and I've had those flight tickets leaving CVG on Thanksgiving morning, and coming back on Sunday of that week, on Thanksgiving week, and hopefully everything will go just fine. But I've been worried about that. That's what I've been worried about. Quite frankly, I'm not worried about Venezuela, not one bit. But these airplane tickets that I've got, I've had them since May. Okay, so I didn't know this was coming up about this thing about the government shutdown, so to speak. But yeah, that government shutdown too. Okay, yeah, I agree with Trump on that too. We need to eliminate the filibuster as soon as possible, all right? Because the Democrats are definitely going to use that against us when they gain the power once again. And he's correct about that. And I cannot believe that John Thune is waiting on eliminating the filibuster. He probably ought to get busy on that as soon as possible with the Senate, and go ahead and try to eliminate the filibuster as soon as possible on that one, because we do have the power to do that, and we need to do that as quickly as we can. And thank you for taking my call.
All right, as far as that, yeah, we talked about that pretty in-depth last week. Thune says he knows the numbers, behind the scenes, speaking to other senators. And he said the numbers aren't there, that they would not be able to have enough Republican support to go down that rabbit hole. Whether or not, and this is like shooting craps at the casino, the game of cat and mouse. President Trump wholeheartedly believes, as you said, Carl, that the Democrats are going to remove it as soon as they get the opportunity, as soon as they get power. Would there be enough? Would they have the unified support? Would there maybe not be enough Democrats? Because they had already tried that once before, if you'll recall. And I'm trying to. Was it Cynthia Lumens? And who was the guy in Virginia? That there were two that would not go along, wouldn't go. So they may try to do it. It's opening up a Pandora's box, I guess that's the best you can explain it. Venezuela, according to The Hill this past evening, tensions are high. Venezuela, Maduro, he don't know what the hell's going on. Does anybody? The Venezuelan defense minister stating this past day that officials are placing, quote, the entire country's military arsenal on full operational readiness, preparations including the massive deployment of ground, aerial, naval, riverine, and missile forces. He said the president, Maduro, above, directly ordered this deployment as part of the special operation with land, air, naval, reserve forces to carry out drills through Wednesday to optimize command, control, and communications. This is in response to the imperialist threat posed by the U.S. as we are sending warships and thousands of troops into the Caribbean. Now, they said those exercises would reportedly involve the Bolivarian militia, a civil reserve force created by former President Hugo Chavez. So it's the Bolivarian militia. Shortly after the U.S. Navy announced the aircraft carrier USS Gerald Ford and its strike group had arrived in the region on Tuesday, according to Southern Command. It's been anticipated for weeks. The order came down back on October 24th for the Ford to relocate. I think they were in the Mediterranean at the time to move to Latin America. The most modern aircraft carrier in the naval force, the Ford carries 4,000 sailors. numerous more aboard the 3 destroyers that accompany it. The USS Bainbridge, the USS Mahan, the USS Winston S. Churchill. That entry just increases the number of American troops. We have about 15,000 in that region now. Officials arguing this is meant to dismantle the transnational criminal organizations and curb the drug smuggling. So all this buildup, it seems like, is it a bit of overkill when it comes to the cartels? I don't know. 8 warships already there, an estimated 5,000 service members. U.S. facilities in Puerto Rico, several bomber training flights have flown near the Venezuelan coast. An extraordinary military presence in a region that typically only has like 1 or 2 Navy vessels to help out the Coast Guard when they're doing their drug interdiction missions. 844-844-3388. We'll keep an eye on it.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
I got to get to Philip in Florida here. I had held on to a story, don't think we had touched on it, a couple weeks ago, where the report was SpaceX was about to clinch a $2 billion contract with the War Department to develop a satellite system designed to track missiles and aircraft. The funding was apparently tucked into the spending bill the president signed back in July. The Pentagon had not publicly announced a specific contractor until now, though. But they say under the program, the satellites would form an air moving target indicator network, and the contract could support deployment of up to 600 satellites in low Earth orbit. SpaceX also expected to play a major role in 2 additional classified satellite systems, one for secure military communications called MILNET, and another for ground vehicle tracking. It underscores SpaceX's growing footprint in U.S. national security space programs and the Pentagon's willingness to lean on commercial space providers. Obviously, I guess SpaceX can do it for a hell of a lot cheaper than Seems like NASA's been able to do anything, but hey, Philip, what do you say? Good morning.
Good morning. SpaceX has been dealing with the government a lot more than what you know, Steve. They've got a contract with the DoD for moving equipment from the U.S. to anywhere in the world within half an hour to an hour. What do you think this Starship is about? Everybody thinks the Starship's for Mars. It is for Mars. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the premise of where it wants to eventually go. But if you look at the system, that could be used in a way of moving equipment quickly to any part of the world. And Elon had actually signed a contract a few years ago with them about that. So it doesn't surprise me that they worked in a deal with satellite communications. He is on the forefront right now with these Starlinks of doing all kinds of stuff. I mean, you look at our telephones. I mean, you look at everything. It's going to change the way things are going, and sending signal over lasers instead of sending raw signal into the air and doing it that way. He's using lasers now, to transmit signals, and it's a lot clearer. Speeds are faster. He's really wound it up. I mean, it's a big deal. What you think, buddy?
How did we ever develop this kind of technology? Are you on the? Some people think that we've got, some of these alien craft that we've reverse engineered things. Sometimes I can't help but wonder if there's any truth to some of that. How do we come up with this stuff?
I don't know. I do know that we have some very smart people in this country, a lot smarter than what people think. And especially our younger folks, believe it or not. I know we've all been the grumpy grandpa type of guy that, hey, these young guys aren't working now and that kind of stuff. But, there are a few people out there right now, Steve, in this country that are very smart and are doing very influential things that are going to make human life go to a different level. We can see it all the time. I mean, right now, Steve, there's technology in Alzheimer's disease, that they've done with the Alzheimer's deal, that they can change the DNA of a person before they get to a certain age to where they don't have Alzheimer's if they know the traits are in their family. So they could take virtually a young person that's, say in their 20s and change their DNA buildup. And by the time they're our age, Steve, there would be if their family trended towards having Alzheimer's, that they could take that part out of their DNA.
Wow.
And they would live on a longer life. That is happening right now. And same way with the satellite technology. It's amazing what people can do when they put their minds to things. And we just don't see it out there that often, not with the younger generation today. And, like I say, a lot of us old guys, we're just grumpy grandpas. We're just like, hey, dude, why is this, that or this? And, there are people that can, when they focus on things, they can get things done. And about the Venezuelan piece there, Carl was talking about, what have we been watching the last few years, Steve, with Russia and Ukraine? We've been watching that, right?
Mm-hmm.
A small country and a big country basically going at it. All right, so if you look at this situation in Venezuela, it could turn into that for us. And what I mean by that is, who backs Venezuela, Steve?
Right now,
the Russians do.
Well, right now I'm seeing China.
Absolutely.
China a lot. Apparently, Maduro's trying to get in bed with China.
It's the same thing. Think of it this way. We're back in Ukraine, right? And Russia's fighting Ukraine. It could be the same way down there. We could be fighting Venezuela, and they could have Russia or China backing them. That's what you got to pay attention to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it could be a reverse of what we're seeing in Ukraine. And that's what some people are concerned about. Russia has had a big tie in Venezuela for many years because Venezuela, there's a lot of petrol down there, buddy. There's a lot of petrol down there. There's a lot of rare earth minerals down there. You talk about Chinese and rare earth minerals. That's something that we've been hearing a lot for the last 6 months, right?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, it's something that we got to pay attention. You know, a lot of the world's gold comes from the upper part of the world, okay, and it's precious metals. But there are precious metals down by the equator. And where is that? That is in Venezuela. There is a big number of gold. There's a lot, big business of gold down there. Down there, they do a lot more strip mining than they do up here. And they found a lot down there. Just like Australia, there's a lot of gold in Australia. You know, these rare earth metals are hard to find, and you need them to build stuff like chips and computers and different things that need different metals. You're going to go to where they're at, you know, and that's a big thing with Venezuela, and it's a big deal. Now, I think what's happening down there with Venezuela is they're getting a little PO'd on us because we're taking away one of their profitable businesses that makes a lot of money for that country. And I think that's one of the things that's getting them in. South America is going to be the same way, buddy. Have you heard about Colombia? They've shut off Intel to us. This whole situation has even actually got the UK. I heard yesterday that the UK is not sharing information with us like they used to. You know, so I mean, it's changing the whole demographic of the thing. You know, I mean, just got to sit back and see what happens. But I don't know why we would take an aircraft carrier group that big to go down there. I do know as well, Steve, that we've had a lot of submarine activity here lately at Cape Canaveral.
Interesting. Well, hold the thought there, because we got to get our bottom of the hour break in. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call Tell at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House passed a funding measure to end the government shutdown.
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed. The motion is adopted.
The final tally was 222 to 209. The bill now heads to President Trump's desk for a signature. This will end the longest shutdown in U.S. history. President Trump says Democrats are using the Jeffrey Epstein hoax to distract from the government shutdown and other issues. While posting on Truth Social, Trump warned Republicans to not fall for the distraction, saying Democrats' actions have cost the country $1.5 trillion. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt reinforced Trump's point.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
Leavitt questioned why Virginia Giuffre's name was redacted despite her public statements about Epstein. The president has not been charged. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator, because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, pick it up right where we left off there. You're talking about Venezuela. Philip was chiming in about Russian backing. Shorty had just forwarded, I think this was Fox News yesterday, which kind of, I don't know, the plot thickens a bit. Stating where the Pentagon, of course, announced the arrival of the aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, 4,000 sailors, dozens of tactical aircraft. The announcement was made, October 24th. They say within weeks of that announcement, Venezuelan officers were reportedly training for guerrilla-style defense against a possible U.S. strike. Rising anxiety in Caracas. Into this standoff, China unveiled a zero-tariff trade agreement with Caracas at the Shanghai Expo, announced by the Deputy Minister of Foreign Trade. Venezuelan officials say that accord covers roughly 400 tariff categories, removing duties on Chinese and Venezuelan goods. While final implementation details are pending verification, they say the goal is clear. China is moving into a sanctioned economy that Washington has been trying to isolate. Gordon Chang, who's an expert on China's global trade strategy, said this really looks like China is going to completely take over the Venezuelan economy. Venezuela basically sells petroleum to China, pretty much nothing else. Of course, China is a manufacturer of many, many things. Chang says Venezuelan manufacturing is not going to experience any sort of a renaissance anytime soon. It's going the other direction. He says he thinks Maduro's sudden embrace of China stems from his fear of what Trump's move. What is his next move going to be? Maduro probably doesn't have a choice, he said. He realized he's got a problem in the form of Donald J. Trump. There's a U.S. aircraft carrier not far from his shores and a lot of military assets bearing down on him. He needs a friend. He's desperate. For Maduro, the Zero Tariff Pact may offer temporary relief, but it only deepens their dependence. I don't see this trade deal strengthening Venezuela. I see it strengthening China's stranglehold over Venezuela. From China's perspective, the tariff-free pact opens a commercial and strategic doorway into the Western Hemisphere. Just as Washington doubles down on sanctions, the Council on Foreign Relations estimates that China has extended about $60 billion in loans to Venezuela over the past 20 years, much of that being repaid through oil shipments. That is a figure still cited by both Chinese and Venezuelan officials this year. I hadn't really heard, before that, I hadn't really heard anything about China's involvement in Venezuela. So does that change the picture at all, you think?
Well, who's in with China? Russia.
Yeah.
They're all in together, Steve. But like I was mentioning there earlier, sorry, I didn't mean to go long into your break. But Cape Canaveral, a lot of folks don't know this, right around the corner where they take the SpaceX rockets off of the barges, right around on the finger, right around the corner is the sub base at Cape Canaveral. And that sub base is an ordnance base. That's all it does, is it loads ordnance on the subs. And there's been a lot of activity here lately with that. Now, am I saying it's going to go south to the Caribbean? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But when we start seeing submarines come into the locks up there at Cape Canaveral, we know that something's going on. And it's been happening a lot here lately, Steve. So there's a lot of movement. And submarines are top secret. Nobody knows where they're going or what they're doing.
Right.
You know, I think it's funny, the deal about submarines as well is, I don't know if you've been watching NASCAR much, but there's been a lot of reference to buildsubmarines.com. They are looking for a lot of folks to build those now. And we're upticking that part of the military equipment that needs to be put together. I've been seeing it in the last 2 years. You know, and that's something else that's been beat up. There's a lot of things going on. I mean, I don't know, but there's always been that little suspicion about Venezuela. You know, it's always been out there, you know, and we just don't want to have another Vietnam deal. You know, we don't need that again.
Right.
And same thing with Afghanistan, situations like that. And it could turn into something like that. So, but we just got to sit back and see how it plays out. Do I think the air traffic controllers are going to get right back to work and the situation with the flights is going to change? No, but I will tell you this much, Steve. I think it's going to make the federal government look at streamlining the air traffic control system. And, you know, this flight cuts might stay in place, if you know what I mean, Steve, because we can consolidate things and save money. There is a way that we can do it. And it can change a lot of things. I mean, that could change the big deal. You know, we don't need as many air traffic controllers as we've had. Now, we've got a shortage now, but also the government could look at it and say, hey, we have worked with this many people for this long. Why can't we downsize a little bit? You know what I mean? This shutdown could have proven that to the government and what they could work with in bare minimums. So a lot of folks that called out sick or whatever, I mean, you might never know. You might not have a job. You know, that might change. So But that's my opinion. Y'all have a good day. Thanks for having me, buddy.
All right. Yeah, no, last I heard, I thought they were talking about hiring somewhat like 2,000 additional or new air traffic controllers. And obviously you've got retirements, fewer and fewer, just like the pilot situation. Didn't they recently up the age limit, forcing pilots to retire? Well, let's see what Knucklebuster has going on. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I agree with probably just fire every damn one of them up there. Just get rid of all of them there. That'd be mine. We'd save a lot of money, wouldn't we?
Well,
wouldn't have to pay all these people that are sitting on their ass doing nothing anyway, even when they're at their job. So I don't know. I don't know much. I'm just an old truck driver there. Well, here's a surefire way, 100%, to know whether Steve Sommers is live on the Overnight Drive show, Steve. You know what it is?
What's that?
844-844-3388. And if Steve's computer answers that phone, you know Steve's live. Hey, tell him what your name is, what you want to talk about. And don't just hang the phone up. Talk to Steve. That's the best way, 100% surefire, right?
Yeah, because when we're not live, you get a busy signal, right?
Absolutely.
Yep.
And you just know to hang up then. So, unless Steve comes on and tells you he's live and then got so many callers calling in that can't get in, right?
That happens on occasion. It does from time to time, yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but not usually on a Monday morning, though, right?
Not usually. Right.
Well, I've been dating this 46-year-old woman, Steve, and I have found out I really just need to stay single. That would be the best thing for me, Steve, just stay single. So, she's only 3 years older than my daughters. I don't always agree with everything my daughters say, but she's kind of like my daughter. I don't agree with everything she says either. So, I just want to meet a woman that will let me buy a mistletoe belly piercing, see? That way, and me one too. That way we can be kissing under the mistletoe for Christmas, right?
There you go.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to get us in trouble there. Well, there are two places in this world that you can be 100% safe as a truck driver, safe. I stay in your lane and out of my business. Well, after today, I can't wait for December the 28th to get here so I can retire and be done with all this garbage out here. Really, I mean, seriously, the stupidity that I've seen out here today is just beyond all measure. So, well, I guess they ain't never going to change. And it wasn't strictly company drivers, and it wasn't strictly owner-operators or lease drivers. It was a mixture of all of them there, Steve. So, you've got a great show going on. I keep listening every night. I don't call in every night now, but I'm trying to rebuild my life. But we'll see how all that goes there anyway, right?
Right.
All right, every morning we might get around to calling later. So,
all right. Well, thanks for checking in here. There you go, Knucklebuster. Can you tell the difference in real music versus artificial intelligence? Billboard's #1 song on the country digital song sales chart is called Walk My Walk. Supposedly a band called Breaking Rust. And according to Billboard, Breaking Rust was created by artificial intelligence. Welcome to the future, baby. In just the past few months, at least 6 artificial intelligence or AI-assisted artists have debuted on various Billboard rankings. That figure could be higher as it becomes increasingly difficult to tell who or what is powered by AI. Many of these charting projects, music spanning every genre from gospel to rock to country, also arrive with anonymous or mysterious origins. 1 week later, AI scores a #1 hit. Breaking Rust, an AI band that appeared on the internet in the middle of October, based on its presence on Instagram, topped the chart last week with a song called Walk My Walk. If you look at their social media pages, you'll find nothing to indicate there's an actual human involved in the music-making portion of the band's songs. Just a chisel-jawed, clearly artificial intelligence-generated cowboy and some video clips featuring folksy people doing folksy things or slow walking away from the camera. To say the various songs are similar would be an understatement. They're practically identical, down to the bland, hollow lyrics. Breaking Rust, an AI-powered country act, debuted at #9 on the Emerging Artist Chart November 1. The project credited the songwriter Aberia Rivaldo Taylor. Has 1.6 million official streams, according to Billboard. Now, the writer for Billboard says, not being a country music fan, I won't comment on the quality of the song. To me, it sounds like a lot of country songs. It's catchy, and you see people singing along with it, doing that urban cowboy line dancing thing. But that's not really the point. The point is, there are thousands and thousands of country singers out there, a few famous, many obscure, and they're losing to AI in the free market. The story here is what the story's been since artificial intelligence first peeked over the horizon to announce its intent to storm popular culture. And that's this. There's nothing anyone can do to stop it. AI's coming, and it's coming for all of us. I don't believe it's going to be a serious threat like James Cameron made it out to be in Terminator. I do not think it can replace the soul. Yet no way can a computer do anything but copy what it's been taught, and there's something more about the human spirit that can never be taught. Inspiration, the muse, that kind of thing. But at the same time, so much of our popular culture today is soulless, generic, lacking any inspiration that AI is a real threat. You trying to tell me AI couldn't make one of those lousy Marvel or Star Wars movies? Then you've got the real artists out there that are trying to stop this AI-generated stuff from being their competition. They got their work cut out for them. But #1 country song, not an actual singer. Oh, Senor Heatwave, what do you say?
No, good morning, senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. Just out here in eastern Arizona, heading west. I did have a really nice talk with Tank the other day. I appreciate you giving him my number. And so now I got 3 preachers that I can talk to at any time, any given time. You got Rambler, you got Lauren Weiss, 3-time world champion bull hauler, or 2-time, and then you got Tank. So I guess I got my bases pretty well covered on that.
There you go.
Oh, let's see. Well, my cousin, he goes by the name T.C. Taylor. He's the one that I've touted before on the program. Yeah, he would probably be a little upset knowing that AI was part of his competition. Now, T.C. Taylor is not, I guess, nationally known. He's area known, like all the ski resorts going up from Durango up to Steamboat Springs. He's got a following in the Navajo Nation out here in Gallup, New Mexico, where he's from, Central Texas and South Central Texas. But he gets most of his hits overseas. He's been #1 on several oversees country programs out there. But apparently, it's the Texas twang that those people like. And I said, I was in Spain, and I really didn't get a whole lot of likes out there from a lot of the local women, even with the Texas twang. But that's another story for another time. Let's see. Well, so the House passed the bill as it is. So now the government's open again. Who were the 9 that surprised the Democrats that flipped and went ahead and passed it overwhelming? Did you have any idea?
I had the list, but I'd have to get it out of the trash can here. They did tell us who it was.
Oh, well, don't worry about it then. I mean, it just, I didn't get on until late, so I'm sure you probably had said it earlier, and I'll just catch it on the flip side. So my son, he was up and he caught pictures of the Aurora Borealis, and Randy is the one who had the body delivered to his property along with the house. So, and his place is covered with trees, so he has a limited view of what he can take pictures of. But I mean, for what I've seen, all I could say is, wow,
Yeah.
To have that much, that's a lot. And now I'm going to go Star Trekian on people. The magnetic sphere of the Earth is what protects us from getting hit by these kind of cosmic rays. I wonder, and I'm pretty sure they're probably working on it, as the ships had their shielding in the shows, I wonder if science has thought about using the magnetic shield as a start point around the Earth that protects us from the sun and its harmful, outbursts like it had. I wonder if they're thinking about doing that, trying to get that to where it's practical to incorporate that in places like satellites or the space, the spaceships going up, or even the space stations. And I can hear a bunch of moans and groans in the background going, "Oh my God!" But you wonder if something as easy as magnetism, amplified, could actually divert objects around mobile objects. Things to ponder. Well, yesterday I had to hang up on you because I was getting a bunch of double gobbledygook on the phone. I guess I went from one tower to the next, and it wasn't very good. I guess they're going to have the I-55 bridge going over from West Memphis to Memphis shut down.
Yes.
Here. And that's the reason why I was seeing all that truck traffic on the eastbound service road side trying to get going someplace. But my issue was, when I was coming back, the signs are already out saying it was closed, the orange signs. So I went up 240 to get on 40 to get back on 40. But then the signs, the English signs, said, "Oh, by the way, the bridge won't be closed until Saturday, and it'll open up Monday or Sunday." I was like, "Well, dadgummit, I traveled about 5 miles. I didn't need to travel." So I wish they were up to date. Now, one thing my co-driver had got me hip on is a lot of these flying carpet drivers, Raji and Haji, it looks like they've caught on to the Texas and Oklahoma way stations or checkpoints, and they are now traveling at night. Like I said, I'm up here on 40 right now, And there is an increased number of leased trailers with Raji and Haji leading the trailer on. Now, what would it take to get Arizona, Nevada, and Idaho to be open 24/7 covering these routes as a first line of defense against these people coming out of these states that are allowing the illegal aliens and illegal CDL card holders, such as those that are no name given? Why not have these checkpoints and way stations open to make sure that they are actual legal drivers, legal people with the CDL?
Right. Well, if I had to
in the same way on the East Coast.
If I had to venture a guess, it comes down to money, Heatwave. It's always about the money. Yeah, having the station, you got to have personnel there, somebody making a paycheck. But yeah, hold the thought there. Yeah, we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, and we shall welcome you momentarily into Thursday. But first, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed. The motion is adopted.
The House has approved a funding bill to end the government shutdown, passing it 222 to 209. The legislation now moves to the president's desk for a signature. The shutdown is the longest in U.S. history. House Speaker Mike Johnson says a bill forcing the Justice Department to release all Jeffrey Epstein case files will receive a floor vote next week. The discharge petition reached the required 218 signatures after Democrat Representative Adelita Grijalva was sworn in today. The move follows emails in which Epstein references President Trump. White House person Caroline Leavitt.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
The president has not been accused of any crime. The fast news spreading H3N2 flu strain is causing early outbreaks in Canada, the UK, and Japan, raising global health concerns. This version has several mutations not covered by this year's flu shot, making it less effective, although vaccines still help prevent severe illness. The U.S. flu data remains limited due to the CDC shutdown, but experts urge everyone to get vaccinated to reduce hospitalizations. U.S. Central Command says American troops will not be deployed to Gaza, denying reports of a $500 million base near the border. Around 200 U.S. personnel remain in Israel, assisting coordinate humanitarian aid and monitoring the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. is only planning potential facilities for an international stabilization force and not sending troops into Gaza. Good news on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 327 points, the S&P 500 rose 4 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 62 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We just don't know what their use might be for the property. It could be very nefarious.
A federal appeals court has upheld Florida's law banning land sales to foreigners, ruling it does not discriminate against Asians.
Well, I think it bodes very well for Texas. I think Texas law will be upheld.
Supporters in Texas, including former state senator Don Huffiness, sees this as a win for the state's similar law, although it's still facing a lawsuit from 3 Chinese nationals here on visas. Iowa scientists say rising property insurance costs are linked to higher temperatures and extreme weather. Peter Thorne, University of Iowa.
Rising insurance premiums in Iowa are driven by increased costs of labor, building materials, and reinsurance. So these costs all are amplified by climate change and are escalating. And in some cases, insurers are leaving certain markets, including Iowa, due to rising costs.
The annual Iowa Climate Statement, backed by 177 experts, notes that states like Florida, California, and Texas are already seeing higher premiums due to hurricanes, floodings, and wildfires. A woman in Oregon claims ICE agents broke her car windows, pulled her out, and held her for 7 hours after she recorded them in a parking lot. Bernice Garcia Hernandez is a U.S. citizen and was never charged with a crime. Her attorney accuses DHS of providing false information about the arrest and is demanding her phone and engagement ring be returned. Authorities say she aggressively followed the agents. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
welcome into a brand new day on the West Coast. As we turn the page, 13th day of November, Friday Eve. Here it is. And thanks for listening in to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. I guess you could say we got a bit of a teaser this past day from the Treasury Secretary, stating that we're going to see, in his words, quote, substantial amounts in coming days and announcements at lowering the prices of products like coffee, bananas, and other things not grown in the U.S. How are we going to do that? He was on Fox and Friends, and he said the announcements, which he did not define, would bring down prices very quickly, and we'll start feeling better about the economy in the first half of 26. They also discussed, how's this, the $2,000 rebate checks the president brought up. Trying to break it down, he said the $2,000 rebate proposed by the president would be funded by tariff revenue and would be for those earning less than $100,000 per year. But no official decisions have been made. So is that $100,000 per person or per household? There going to have to be more details, but obviously that would greatly reduce the number of individuals that would be entitled to the $2,000 rebate. So that was a little bit of new information in regards to that. What are we doing to bring down coffee prices? I don't know. Have we found a way to end the drought in places like Brazil? All right, we left off with Senor Heat Wave, and I think we were talking, we don't leave those way stations and whatnot open 24 hours because it cost money for the state to keep them running.
Well, I would think they would make a pretty good revenue by getting these drivers off the roads, fining them for having CDLs that are not legal, fining them for being illegal, fining the companies that hire these people, and fining the brokers if that's where they got their loads through. Just have a line of defense somewhere. I mean, Texas has on I-10 heading out of El Paso, they've got a check station there, immigration check station. They can pull you over and talk to you, and if you don't understand them, there's plenty of parking at some of these check stations. They can hold a couple of trucks. New Mexico, they've got several check stations there. They're on 10, on 25, and on, what the hell is that, 54, heading out of El Paso, going towards Alamogordo. Then you got Arizona, you got their check station there on 8 to, see if you're an American citizen or not. Yeah, I mean, we have, the places to do what we need to do to get these people up and out of here. And it's going to cost, but I think they'll be making more in the fines that they're going to be imposing on these peoples and companies and whatnot to more than make up for the loss of revenue to pay for these guys and to keep the stations open. That's just my thinking, and I may be way off on that, but that's just my opinion. So, anyways, did you see that? What was that? A podcaster kissing the shoes of Jasmine Rocket?
Yes.
The other day.
Unbelievable.
The woman's butt, it's a little higher than right there on the ground. You got to go up. So, I mean, if you're going to be kissing someone's feet, you might as well be kissing their hind end. Because that's all they're doing. It's a damn stunt. And Democrats don't have anything to run on. They're going to have to pull stunts. that makes it look like they're hip and swinging and whatnot, but, you know, they can't run on anything else. They haven't done anything except cause pain and confusion and make people angry. And then they try to foist it upon the Republicans, and the Republicans like, nope, this is a bill that y'all have agreed to for a long time. And you passed with no questions. And then all of a sudden you're going to put stipulations. Well, we'll pass it if you talk about this. You know, I'm tired of politics being a damn game to these people. And, you know, and if we're going to limit the president to 2 terms, then we're going to have to start doing something to get something passed that will limit these groups of people in the Congress and the House of Representatives to limits as well. I mean, that's the only way we're going to be getting this country up and going again, because like you said last night, it wasn't meant for these people to be in there as a regular damn job.
40 years in the House, 40 years in the Senate. Hell, you got, Maxine Waters, 87 years old, right? It's still in there. All right, thank you, Senior Heatwave. Have a great morning. It's 844-844-3388. Something he was just mentioning. Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader. He can't stop the government from reopening at the expense of the precious Obamacare subsidies. But damn if he didn't try yesterday. And what may be a sign regarding negotiations over a longer-term solution to the health care issue. Jeffries and a fellow member of the Democrat leadership, that's Minority Whip, Representative Catherine Clark of Massachusetts, they had proposed an amendment to the spending bill yesterday that would reopen the government, that would extend the Obamacare subsidies at the heart of this whole battle for another 3 years. They tried to get it in there. Not only that, they actually pitched it as a gift to the Republicans. And I quote, "Before the Rules Committee this evening, House Democrats will give the Republicans another opportunity to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits by introducing an amendment that would extend these credits for a 3-year period of time." Republicans have created a health care crisis all across America. You now have the opportunity to actually take some action by working with Democrats before the Rules Committee this evening to extend the Affordable Care Act. They knew damn good and well it's not going to. That's the reason the government was shut down for 43 days. But now this continuing resolution, it only goes till January 30th. Are they going to be in the same sort of a predicament here in a couple of months, right back to a government shutdown? But they love to stand, and I think this is what the primary gist of this is, trying to get the general populace, the average American, to believe and go along with their false portrayal that the Republicans created this. This is all the fallout from Obamacare. It is the Affordable Care Act that no Republican voted for. 100%, lock, stock, and barrel, owned by the Democrats. As the Affordable Care Act has been dramatically increasing insurance and health care costs, the absolute opposite of affordable care. They're trying to blame the Republicans. They got the subsidies in the heart of the pandemic. They wrote the rules. They actually had the sunset in there to the expiration date of these subsidies, because if they left them in there, everything that passes dollars and cents wise, numerically, it's presented to the people. This is going to cost the American people $500 billion over the next 10 years by setting a sunset of, I believe it was 3 years. It dramatically reduced what the numbers looked like it was going to cost the taxpayer. It was all a show of hands. Make it look like it's not going to cost that much. No, well, now that the expiration is here, you realize they're saying it's going to cost $1 trillion with a T, $1 trillion over the next, if it were 10 years. Politics. Hey, Vic, what's going on this morning?
Oh, well, I guess on the one hand, I'm happy they're going to get the government going again because I had a few issues I needed to get in touch with my representative, but there was no reason to get in touch with him because there were no, I guess you would say, civil service workers on the job. So now that we're back to working again, I guess, or the government working again, maybe I can proceed on with some plans that were I just put on the shelf and forgot about them. But well, a couple of things there. I enjoyed that talk there with Louis Pugh and about these different people coming in here and getting what they call non-domiciled CDLs and one thing and another. And I was just thinking I haven't talked to them in a long time because the last time I talked to them was when they were here in Indiana trying to get people to vote against the legislators to vote against increasing the road tax on the fuel. And I called the fellow at Ohio at the time. I've forgotten his name that was taking care of that, and I gave him the name of the Farm Bureau lobbyist. And the Farm Bureau, they in turn said, no, we need that tax to improve our roads. So for all those drivers out there complaining about Indiana roads, if you could find out where all those road taxes went, because they sure didn't go to improve the roads, it would be a service to the Hoosiers. But the other thing is on that, trying to figure out who's driving illegally here or anything of that nature. I don't know if it's still true, but years ago, trucking companies had to, at the end of the year, they had to furnish the name of every driver that they had employed throughout the year. So I don't know if that requirement is still in place or not, but they should be able just to get that information from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, or I forget exactly who it was that had to be reported to. But I don't think that they've kept that list up or they've changed the law or whatever. But that way they wouldn't have to really worry about trying to catch them at a weigh station or anything of that nature. And the other thing is, a lot of these license branches, they're political plums. They're not actually ran by the state. They're ran by some political crony, and the more people that they can go through there, the more fees they collect. So there are some glaring holes in that they could plug up and really catch that. And the other thing, too, is that you were talking about some of this, I guess you would say, war battles that are going on or information battles or anything, has regards to how the Democrats will try to spin all this shutdown thing, and they're going back to that Obamacare thing. And I don't know if you had time to look at the IRS regulations on the Obamacare and the taxes they thought they were going to collect, including the one where if you didn't take out insurance or they thought it was insufficient insurance, you would have to pay a tax to IRS for that. And that they thought they were going to get some money from a lot of taxes to fund Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. And when that didn't happen, and I believe it was around 2017 that a lot of that was repealed, well, then COVID hit, and they came out and said, well, we we need to subsidize these people because of all the expense that was going on at the time. And that whole COVID thing, they wouldn't even let the pulmonologists practice, for they could talk about with the ventilators and some of the medicine and everything. But in order for them to get reimbursed on that COVID-19 treatment, they had to follow the treatment that the government dictated. So that increased the cost, and Obamacare really didn't come through for a lot of those people. So I don't. If you want to be conspiratorial, once Obamacare got in place, and then China looked at that and said, well, that's a vulnerability, and so that they sent the China virus to us. So, I mean, I'm just conjecturing there. I have no hard facts on that. But you could, for these people that like to delve into the conspiracies and the tinfoil hat stuff, but we do know without a shadow of a doubt that virus was manufactured. It did come from, what was it, Hunan or something, that virus
Wuhan lab
facility over there.
Yes.
Right. And so you could make a case for that, and China has never actually participated in trying to trace the source of all that down. So it's just one of those things that raises suspicion, I guess you could say. And the way they're wanting to spin this shutdown, I suspect that there's going to be a lot of forces that are opposed to Trump, including foreign ones, that they are going to assist some of these politicians to try to stay in office or get in office that actually, what do I want to say here? They parrot the line of the foreign powers, and Trump or the Republicans are going to need every voice that they can. And that was one thing that I was kind of curious about as to why they had this huge going on there with the Heritage Foundation, because I believe it was the Heritage Foundation that come up with the auto pin discoveries and everything. And they got all over, was it Tucker Carlson and inviting that guy on there that was parroting all this anti-Semitism stuff. Well, I don't know why they kind of got all over him and the guy in charge of the Heritage Foundation, because I guess everybody looks at it differently, but I looked at it as like they just showed people the face of radical anti-Semitism, and all those people out there at colleges and everything else, wanting to say, free Palestine and all this other two states and all this other stuff. Maybe they need to take a long, hard look and see what type of people that the demonstrators are basically boosting in power and everything.
Yeah.
And so that's
I've been seeing a lot of that.
That's just the way I look at it.
I've been seeing a lot of I haven't really paid any attention to it. The headlines about Heritage Foundation, I have no idea what the heck's going on behind the scenes there. Yeah, but something along the lines. Yeah, I don't know if Tucker said it himself or if his guest said it, but the fact that he allowed it to go uncontested. But all kinds of like retirements. Mark Levin. Yeah, saw a headline where Mark Levin referenced Tucker Carlson as like a modern day David Duke. I don't. So many other things going on. I have not paid any attention to that. But I don't want to, so I can't speak with any knowledge of what the heck's going on there. But last evening, Philip did ask the question about, what are the impacts going to be? FedEx, UPS, the grounding of the MD-11 aircraft. I think Horse Feathers had forwarded a breakdown from Captain Steve this past morning that I tuned into. This is the worst time of year to be taking aircraft out of the fleet. On the UPS side, One or the other. One of it was like 8% of their aircraft fleet. The other, it was 6%. FedEx saying that they expect minimal disruption from the grounding of the MD-11 freighters. They said the mandated inspections can be completed relatively quickly. And they say they've already deployed alternative aircraft to compensate for that lost capacity. So they, I guess, had backup. Of course, the FAA over the weekend ordering FedEx, UPS, Western Global Airlines to pause MD-11 activity after the catastrophic crash there at Louisville. FedEx mechanics working closely with Boeing and the FAA will begin inspecting 25 aircraft in the operating fleet over the next few days, they said. The express delivery and logistics giant owns 34 MD-11s. 6 of them, though, are inactive, and 3 are maintained as spares. So, important to note, once the aircraft are inspected and released, those aircraft will start to get back in the air, back into the fleet, on a one-off tail-by-tail basis, they're saying. It's not like we're waiting for the whole fleet to be inspected before concluding whether they can safely go back into service, so one at a time. That's good news because, yes, it is peak shipping season for the logistics world. We are literally, about 2 weeks away from the notorious Black Friday, which more and more has become the biggest online spending day of the year, to which millions of packages will subsequently have to be shipped to the consumers around the country. This is the time of year UPS and FedEx are actually looking to ramp up their capacity. But it sounds like FedEx says they're not going to have any real issues there. Meanwhile, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com to learn more. We'll get back following a news break here Thursday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House passed a funding measure to end the government shutdown.
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed. The motion is adopted.
The final tally was 222 to 209. The bill now heads to President Trump's desk for a signature. This will end the longest shutdown in U.S. history. President Trump says Democrats are using the Jeffrey Epstein hoax to distract from the government shutdown and other issues. While posting on Truth Social, Trump warned Republicans to not fall for the distraction, saying Democrats' actions have cost the country $1.5 trillion. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt reinforced Trump's point.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
Leavitt questioned why Virginia Giuffre's name was redacted despite her public statements about Epstein. The president has not been charged. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it here, live on a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right, James got you coming up here. First, let me get to Pup. Thanks for hanging in there, Pup. What's going on this morning?
Oh, nothing much, Steve. Just coming down the cut. Hey, one reason, I don't know about the other states, but like Ohio and Indiana, one reason they don't keep their scale houses open anymore at night is because these homeowners associations sued them because the guys coming in there with their jig brakes on and noise and all that. So they either had to build sound barrier walls or just not open at night.
Wow.
So that's one reason. I don't know about the other states.
Mm-hmm.
But I have noticed ever since they've cracked down on that language stuff, I-75 and I-69 are two hotly heavy traffic areas for the Canadian guys, and there has not been near the trucks out of Canada on those two major roads. But
so you're actually seeing
seeing
a difference then, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Lot less of them, which is great. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's probably great Canadian drivers, but those guys that have the Hindu writing on the sides of their trucks and stuff, you're not seeing them, and they're horrible drivers. But did you listen to that news broadcast at the top of your hour there? Or were you outside?
I catch portions of it. What segment? What part?
That big old pile of Adam Schiff. That they said the reason that the insurance rates are going up all over, like automotive and house and everything, is due to climate control.
Oh.
Bad storms, yeah, that's a big crock of crap. So, but I've noticed too, I don't know if the other guys have, maybe it's just this area right now, but the truck stops and the rest areas aren't near as full as they usually are. There's usually parking spaces. And I just came by the that Safe Haven there in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
That thing half to 3/4 full. I know that can hold a lot of trucks.
Wow.
But you know how September, October, and at least the first part of November is usually really busy to get stores ready for the Christmas and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not happening. Freight is so light out here. There's heavy days, but there's been a lot of light days. And I've talked to Jolly and some of the other guys, and their freight's the same way, up and down, up and down. So, but I was just going to bring that to your attention on the about the climate controls causing all of these storms and the fires and stuff like that. Not to mention that somebody forgot to fill their reservoirs and have water in the fire hydrants out there for California. But I don't know. I don't know who you have for insurance, but ours has went up quite a bit. The homeowners and automotive.
Yep.
Or cars.
My homeowners has gone up every year for the last, I think, 3 consecutive years. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah. Yep. It's getting, and the bad thing of it is, it's one of those deals you've got to pay it, or you don't want to get caught with your pants down. But nope, we're out here listening, and so you have a good show. Keep on the good work. Bye-bye.
All right, we'll keep on keeping on, as they say. Thank you, pup. All right, James, let me see here. Chiming in about, I believe, about the UPS crash there. Morning, James. How are you?
Good morning. I was just trying to, I'm an A&P, and so it's weird. I listen to truck channels, but I do. Back in the day, I used to listen to one on Sirius XM, but anyway, not to ramble on. As an A&P, for a major airline, I don't think there's much conspiracy to it. I think that what has happened, and I'm not a metallurgist or anything, so would I say, but essentially the left engine separated and then foughted the second engine. Right, or foughted means like foreign objects went into the second engine. So it wasn't, to me, like initially, it wasn't that hard to figure out. I thought that it was pretty straightforward, especially once we saw the compressor stall on the second engine. You probably don't want me to go into what compressor stalls are, but yeah. Once that happened, I just knew that's why the aircraft crashed. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be a 2-engine loss.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's, I think I heard somebody else earlier saying that it airline budget cutting or something, or maybe that was somewhere else, but I don't think it's that, because, like, I can tell you this, like, as a mechanic myself, we fly on those planes with my family.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, why would...
Right.
You know, why would we worry about that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like...
So I guess the biggest part of the investigation is trying to piece together. I mean, I saw reports where was it?
Why did that left engine separate?
Correct, and it had some sort of.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh yeah, they had some sort of major repairs done on that particular craft several months ago, and they want to know exactly what was.
Well, that craft. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off again.
You're all right. Go ahead. That particular craft was what?
No, what happened was that it went through like what they call level. At my airline, we call a level D check. So it's like a heavy check where they basically disassemble the entire aircraft. So, I mean, typically, like, I do line maintenance. It's a little bit different, but I have worked at tech ops before, where we do level Ds. So basically what happened was that aircraft went to San Antonio just to get this major check done, right? Like, I mean, they'll boroscope the entire aircraft. They take apart, I mean, even, so like the Kevlar coating on the outside of the aircraft, outside of the engine, they'll take that apart and look at that to make sure that it's still in good condition. I mean, they'll put the aircraft on stilts, raise the landing gear, lower it, and then they'll measure the particles coming off of the landing gear to see if they're grinding metal. I mean, in the U.S., that's typically what we do.
So could it be
personally? I think
could there have been error in reassembly of the engine, reassembly of the craft? Is that where an issue could have come in?
That's what I think is. I think that's where the most likely cause is. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate anytime this happens. But we saw it with American 191 back in the day, late 70s, with the same exact aircraft type, right? I mean, and while I think it will be different, I mean, that bolt did shear. It had to have sheared. Typically on an engine, you'll have a primary bolt. And I mean, sometimes they're like 3 inches wide, right? I mean, because it's made to take most things. So if there was an uncontained engine failure, let's say, I do not think that an uncontained engine failure could shear that bolt. I just don't. That's my personal opinion. Like I said, I'm not a metallurgist or anything, but I've worked with aircraft, I mean, basically since I was 18. So.
Well, it'll be interesting, I guess.
I don't know. I just wanted to call in and...
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if these inspections reveal any other aircraft with maybe stress fractures or cracks, like you say. That's where, I mean, they get out there almost with magnifying glasses and look for the tiniest of cracks, don't they?
Yeah, we do. We do what's called boroscoping.
Okay.
With these engines. And I know this is my carrier, which is, like I said, it's a very large carrier. But we do boroscoping of the engines. And certain things can trigger that. Not necessarily... It's not always... I mean, we, at every check, even if it's an A check, we boroscope. But for like a lawn check, we may boroscope that engine if it ingested a hat or something like that, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like if it sucked a hat off the ground, or the most hats are very common. Also, cones. Those are the kind of things that engines typically ingest. Just nature of the business, right? But
yeah, and birds, I guess. Well, James, I thank you so much for dialing us up. I believe he's another one of our San Antone listeners there. I got your number. Got to get you a first-time caller code for HotShotSecret.com, and we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, back at it. You know, thanks to the sun, it's been kind of a crazy, last 48 hours or so. Via space weather, I guess the solar storm continues. A little bit weaker now than it was when we first started the program. They only update what they call the KP index, like that updates like every 3 hours. It was like 7.3 when we started the program. It dropped down to 6.6 about an hour or so ago. But they say the geomagnetic storm's kind of fluctuating between a minor G1 to a rather strong G3. But that was all compliments of that. Well, first we had the back-to-back, essentially cannibal solar flares. Two separate flares, one caught up with the initial, and that's what brought the Aurora Borealis nearly to the entire lower 48 there on Wednesday morning. But it was the massive X5.1 flare, the strongest in over a year. And it's been, well, it was actually causing at the time a very rare ground level event, as they call it. It's only the 77th ever detected. Earth orbiting satellites detected the X5.1 flare, strongest since October 3rd of 2024. It's Yeah, the biggest of this year by far. The next most powerful was an X2.7 back in May. But these bursts of energy impacting radio communication, power grids, navigation signals, we talked about GPS, risk to spacecraft, astronauts. Now, as well as the radio blackouts, Tuesday's solar flare caused what they call a very rare GLE, ground level event. Energetic particles from the sun that are normally blocked by the atmosphere from reaching the surface of the Earth. That solar flare Tuesday produced a solar radiation storm caused by high-energy particles traveling near the speed of light. In most events, those particles are absorbed, again, by the atmosphere. They don't reach the ground. Brian French, a physicist at the Lab for Atmospheric and Space Physics in Colorado, but in yesterday's event, we measured what is called a ground level enhancement, where those particles actually did make it all the way to the Earth's surface, to the ground. Yeah, these are comparatively rare. Again, this being only the 77th ground level enhancement since they started keeping records in 1942. It is the fourth such event of this particular solar cycle, which is itself rather rare. Most solar cycles would see one or two of those kind of events. So kind of living through some historic solar activity. And as bizarre as it sounds, they actually got some photographic evidence of the northern lights. Nothing like you would see in the northern tier, up into Canada and whatnot, the beautiful displays. But you could, as far south as El Salvador, that they say were actually visible to the naked eye. Port Richey, Florida, Tucson, Arizona, and yes, Usultan, El Salvador. Those are really low altitudes for the Aurora Borealis. Just incredible. All right, morning to the blind man. What do you say, blind man?
Good morning, Steve. Potpourri of topics for me today. Number one, pop. There are two stations in Indiana that I tune in. One is the Suspense channel, where they play the CBS radio drama Suspense. The most famous one is Sorry, Wrong Number. And then there's the other one, the Gunsmoke channel, WRCW. They play Gunsmoke all day long, so I enjoy that. I also listen to Michael Berry at 6 o'clock. He comes out of Houston, Texas. And during the commercial break, this is interesting. I didn't know this, but there is a professional women's hockey league, and I guess it's fairly new. I guess this is their third season. I don't even know when they play or, what their season is, but apparently Vancouver and Seattle were added to the original six, and the Minnesota Frost won the championship 2 seasons in a row. So that's probably a new league that I have not heard about, but it's professional women's hockey league. So I found that quite interesting. I did hear a little bit of the hearings last night, and I just got bored with it, so I just turned it off and tuned in your show. And here I am, sure happy it's Thursday. So anyway, that's all for me for today.
All right, yes indeed. What do you say? Sure happy it's Thursday. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, we got the rest of the story. I remember at the time, this guy gets the Dumbass of the Year nomination. Yeah, he's now a former truck driver, but he's been sentenced to prison for what was a rather large-scale fuel discharge that occurred in Pennsylvania several years ago. New Jersey resident George Smith, who's 41, sentenced to between 11 and a half months and 23 months in prison, pleading guilty to felony prohibition against other pollution and felony causing a catastrophe. The fuel discharge was like June of 21 at the Gas and Go in Brookhaven, Pennsylvania. Over 4,000 gallons of gas. He just dumped it down the embankment near an elementary school, resulting in the death of many animals, long-term closure for the school. More than 100 large truckloads of contaminated soil eventually had to be excavated and removed from the site. We've determined the defendant's deliberate actions caused this fuel discharge, motivated by his desire to speed up his route. He poured in excess of 4,000 gallons of gas over the embankment. As a fuel delivery driver, he was entrusted with a hazardous product, gasoline, a duty of care to all of us. Long story short, I guess, he had made one delivery and he only had enough fuel left on the truck to be what would be a partial load. He was supposed to deliver like 8,000 gallons, only 4,000 left. He would have had to go to the Gas and Go first, or the next destination, and deliver that, then go back to the depot to get the rest of that load. They can't apparently load when you've already got a partial load. So he decided, we'll just dump the 4,000 gallons here. Then I won't have to make a double trip. All right, DA of the week. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House has passed a funding measure to end the government shutdown, but prior to the vote, Republicans and Democrats blamed each other for the prolonged standoff. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
They admitted that they were using the American people as leverage in this political game. They knew that it would cause pain, and they did it anyway. The whole exercise was pointless. It was wrong, and it was cruel.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says the bill does not help Americans struggling with high costs.
The longest shutdown in American history would rather do that than provide health care that's affordable to working class Americans, middle class Americans, and hardworking American taxpayers.
The shutdown is the longest in U.S. history. The bill now heads to the president's desk, who is expected to sign. Airlines warn travel will not return to normal immediately after the government reopens. A shortage of air traffic controllers, many working side jobs during the shutdown, have caused delays and cancellations at major airports. Yesterday, 4,000 flights were delayed, 1,200 canceled. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says disruptions could continue for several days.
2 weeks before Thanksgiving, you're going to see air travel be reduced to a trickle. We have a number of people who want to get home for the holidays. They want to see their family. They want to celebrate this great American holiday. Listen, many of them are not going to be able to get on an airplane.
Duffy expressing his concerns while speaking at O'Hare Airport yesterday. Secretary of State Marco Rubio warns Israeli settler violence in the West Bank could threaten the Gaza ceasefire, pledging U.S. support for Trump's deal. The G7 also called on Iran to meet nuclear obligations and permit humanitarian aid to Gaza.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 327 points, the S&P 500 rose 4 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 62 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
I really think that we will continue to inch ahead over the last few kind of straggling ballots that get counted. And, we're going to wait for everything to be counted, but I feel that we've won this race.
Progressive socialist Katie Wilson has been elected Seattle's next mayor, defeating incumbent Bruce Harrell. Wilson campaigned on higher taxes, renter protections, and shifting some public safety duties away from the police. With her late surge giving her a nearly 2,000 vote lead, Harrell cannot mathematically catch up. Her win completes a progressive sweep of city offices, setting up a more divided city council where compromise will be key. The Los Angeles City Council has voted to update the rent stabilization ordinance.
City Council members say it uses a new formula that will set allowable rent increases at 4%. The RSO also removes additional charges for electricity and gas. It targets roughly 650,000 units in the city and represents the most substantive changes to the rent stabilization ordinance in more than 4 decades. I'm Sharon Reardon.
A wanted felon led deputies on a high-speed pursuit in Spokane County, Washington State.
The incident started in Stevens County when deputies tried to pull over 37-year-old Jeffrey Bauman. He has a history of eluding police. Deputies believe that he was impaired when he drove into oncoming traffic at 70 miles an hour. Spike strips flattened his tires and he crashed in a ditch. He was booked into the Spokane County Jail on multiple felony eluding charges. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, meanwhile, as the war on drugs, as we call it, continues, well, it's been going on for decades, right? But this administration, truly, I got to say, doing more than any I've seen in my lifetime to actually try to bring an end to the massive quantities of drugs being dumped into the country. President Trump has banned chemicals used as the precursors to manufacture fentanyl. China has agreed to control 7 subsidiaries used to produce the legal drug, according to the FBI director this past day. Opening the White House press briefing, Kash Patel called the agreement between the U.S. and China a historic, first-of-its-kind achievement that effectively shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl. Crediting the president's direct engagement with China's President Xi Jinping in a months-long whole-of-government push led by Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Ambassador David Perdue. Patel said his trip to Beijing last week, the first by an FBI director in more than a decade, secured China's formal commitment to list and control fentanyl precursors and to regulate 7 chemical subsidiaries tied to the illicit production. Effective immediately, these are now banned substances. This is going to suffocate the ability to manufacture fentanyl in places like Mexico, saving tens of thousands of lives. He framed the breakthrough within a grim national backdrop. Roughly 100,000 Americans died from fentanyl overdoses last year. Since President Trump took office, the FBI has seized 19 kilograms of fentanyl this year. That's enough to kill 127 million people. That just kind of highlights how little of this ultra-potent drug it takes to devastate communities. These new controls target the chemicals that the cartels and criminal organizations use to synthesize fentanyl by banning the precursors at the source and pressing Beijing to police their own companies. We believe it can cut the supply chain before the poison ever reaches the U.S. streets. I guess the bigger question in my mind is, will China actually do anything to cut down the precursors? Seems like there's always another source out there, right? But he praised the unprecedented cooperation at China's Ministry of Public Security headquarters, where he said officials committed fully to enforce the plan. Patel emphasized the outcome would not have been possible without President Trump's personal diplomacy. Another example of how President Trump defends the American people, provides security for the American people, and puts America first. Now, cutting off precursor flows has been a long demand of sheriffs, border agents, grieving families, arguing that the cartel profits depend on the chemical shipments that are all originating overseas. With this announcement, the administration is moving beyond seizures at the border to more strategic choke point, which is the chemical feedstock. Now, this is not the end, but the beginning of an aggressive new phase. He says, we will follow in the president's footsteps to ensure safeguarding the American public every single day. Can they? Will they be able to actually stop those precursor ingredients from coming in? That'll be interesting to see, but there you have it. Buckwheat, I do believe, joins us as we get another hour underway. Morning, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, we finally got a president who actually cares for the people. You know, he cares for our lives. If only the news media would back him on that. But anyhow, yeah, a couple weeks ago, I got a letter from my car. I had my car and homeowners insurance lumped with the same company, and got a letter from them and said they were giving me $55 back because they did a reclassification and that so I called my agent and I said, hey, what's this letter? He said, well, he never heard of it before, so he said, I'll check into it. He called me back and said, yep, a check has been mailed out to you that day, so you should get it in a day or two. That they're giving you a rebate because they went back through their records and they said they charged me too much. Oh, thank you very much. So I got that check and I put it to the bank and it went through, and a week later they sent me another check. It was like $540-some.
Whoa.
And the same type of letter was with it, and I was like, wow, this year's doing pretty good. So, I mean, everybody's fussing about their insurance rates going up. Well, mine, they actually went up, but now they're giving me money back. So, I think that's pretty good. But, so anyhow, this year week I was been a little bit dragging, a little bit under the weather. Sunday I was getting ready for church. I felt fine, and all of a sudden, we were ready walking out the door. I told Prima Mead, I said, you can go to church. I think I'm going to about throw up, so I stayed home and carried a bucket around for the rest of the day, and finally in the middle of the afternoon, I actually did what I felt like I was going to have to do, and Prima Mead, she wasn't anywhere around. I took care of what I had to take care of, and then the next day I called her. She was shocked that I went to work, and but she says, yeah, she heard me doing it, and she disappeared. And I was like, Prima, wait, you're supposed to be my helpmate, in a time of need. I needed you, and then you leave me, to fend for myself.
Right, right.
But anyhow, yeah, that's a lot of fun. But anyhow, yesterday morning about 7 o'clock, I got a call from her. And she said, the thing was, I thought it was something that I had a tomato on top of my eggs for breakfast, and I thought it was a little bit questionable. And anyhow, but then 7 o'clock yesterday morning, she called me and said, Ashton Mario Kart went and he did the same thing, but he did not do it in a bucket. He must have did it in the middle of the night, and he did it all over his bedroom floor and in the carpet. And she was like, oh, man, how do I get this stuff cleaned up? It has chunks in it and all kinds of stuff. And I said, well, use a shop vac, suck it up, and she wanted to rip the whole carpet out, and I was like, well, okay, hold it. We don't want to go that drastic. So I got done a little bit early yesterday, and I went and got the rug shampooer. And so after I came home from working 14 hours in the Bronx yesterday, I did spend 2.5 hours cleaning her carpets. So, she's not able to do stuff like that because she went a couple weeks ago and messed up her hamstring, and she can barely walk up steps now. And So yeah, we're a bunch of old people. You know, we're walking around like old people. But anyhow, it is what it is. It's life.
I can identify.
Yeah. So. I know they're fussing. The Democrats are fussing about the health care going up, and I mean our medical insurance. We got I don't know. We can plan for or next year, and we can choose what plans we want and open enrollment. That's what they call it. And ours only went up. My cost went up about 10%. You know, insurance goes up every year, but I think this Obamacare, I don't think the Republicans really have a plan to replace it. But I heard Trump was saying something about instead of giving, the government gives the insurance companies a lot of money, and I think Trump was floating a plan about giving the money to the people and allowing them to choose,
right?
You know, what for medical insurance they want, and I think that might be a better track, because then the insurance companies are going to fight amongst each other to give you a better rate to get the business, and that's sort of what the American economy is all about. You know, business fighting against each other to earn the business of the people, and whoever has the better rate, gets the insurance. And I know Rush Limbaugh was always fussing about, we need to get on the mindset of, everybody just goes to the doctor and don't worry about the cost. We need to shop around and find a different insurance. And I had a CAT scan. I needed a CAT scan since I had cancer, and I get a CAT scan every 6 months. And my insurance company called me and said, "Hey, where you are going to get your CAT scan at the local hospital, it would have been like $3,000. And if you drive, we go to this other place. It's about an extra 10 miles further, and it's only going to be like $800." And I was like, well, the insurance is going to cover, and I'd probably still have to pay the same thing, but it would be cheaper for the insurance. I was like, look, sure, I don't care. I'll drive an extra 10 miles, no big deal, But I think we need to do more stuff like that, find out who does things better, who does things cheaper, and that's how we'll get the cost of health care down. But most places, most hospitals and that don't really advertise their prices for service. And so it's not, you really have to go dig deep to find it, but
well, that's the fact that one is going to charge $3,000 and the other is going to charge $800. I would say the one charging $800 is not doing it for a loss. They're all making a profit. So if 800 is making a profit, the 3,000 is just highway robbery.
Well, and maybe they're paying for a couple of the illegal immigrants in our area too. Covering their bills. I don't know. Everybody, does these numbers to do whatever they want them to say. But anyhow, earlier this evening, I came across right there, just off of Route 222, right there, intersection of Route 100. There's a exit into a industrial complex, where a bunch of warehouses, and there's a truck that got a little tired and decided to lay over on the side street there, but it wasn't causing any trouble for me, but they were there trying to set them up. But, but that was in the Allentown area. And, pretty much it's been a good night trailer trucking here. And, we're on our way to New York City and got a couple stops to deliver and one pickup. And, we'll get it done and do it again tomorrow. But, anyhow, so that's about all I have, and we'll speak at you later.
All right. Thank you much there, Buckwheat. Appreciate you chiming in. Have a great day. Safe travels there in New York.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, Senor Heatwave wanted to chime back in. I guess talking to airline talk. Boroscoping, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senor. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think was his name James.
Yes.
He was talking about being in A&P and been in the aircraft mechanics. But what A&P stands for is airframe and power plant. So he would have the ability to go in and inspect the aircraft and do things that maybe a specialist would have to do, like break down an engine or whatnot. But he was talking about fluoroscoping, I believe that's what he said. Well, there's some areas on an aircraft that you can't take off, and that's when you do what they call a non-destruct inspection, or NDI. And usually, like the motor mounts or whatnot, they're painted, they keep corrosion off of the mount. So while I was in the Air Force, we'd have to have the corrosion control personnel, paint shop, come down with this stuff called elephant snot. That's what we called it. It was actually something else, but it's a gel that works best when it's hot, and that'll emulsify the paint and the primer that's on these particular items. If you can't take the item off the plane, you bring that stuff with you and you clean it up, and then the NDI people would come in with a fluorescent chemical or a green-looking chemical, and they would spray around these parts. And then they would look at it with a black light to see if there are any microfractures in, like, bolts or the mounting parts or whatnot. And that's usually how that was done. So, I mean, hell, even the wheels on these aircraft, whether it be helicopters, H-360, whatever, they would be taken off after so many hours, or if the tire was blown out or if the tire was just, done with its life, they would take the wheels off, and they would send the wheels to the corrosion control facility where they would have the chemical, or they would have be bead blasted and sent to the NDI, and then they would do their inspections with the chemicals, and I don't know if they had any X-ray items in there, but I think they did have something where they did use an X-ray to take a look at these parts and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very in depth, and the bigger the aircraft, the longer it's going to stay in this inspection phase. Like he was talking about the aircraft going to San Antonio and getting basically stripped, to where they were looking at the frame, like I was talking about the other day with the helicopters going to Corpus Christi Army Air Depot. I mean, they would literally take the skin off and look at all the bones, I guess if you want to call it, of the aircraft, to make sure there wasn't anything wrong with it. Then they'd patch it back up, check the engines, So, anyways, I just wanted to let folks know what he was talking about with the A&P and the different kinds of inspections they have. And if you have an engine hanging on the frame, or you even take it down, you would have to get a borescope to look inside the engine without tearing it down. There's a lot of fans inside these things that give it the thrust, and that's all I really wanted to say. And also, if you're on 17 going into Flagstaff, or 40 going into Flagstaff, there is a prescribed burn going on, and it's pretty thick. I mean, the smell of burnt wood is pretty thick in the air.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see the moon because it is so thick, the smoke. So if you got the breathing issues, try to get through there as fast as you can without hitting somebody.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And there's been, I remember a couple of years ago, a controlled burn actually ended up causing a pileup on the high because of the smoke. I remember that. Steve in Columbus, hey there. Morning, Mr. Sommers. All the listeners out there, the weekend is upon us. Well, for myself and the wife, at least. Looking forward to a few days of relaxation, minimal plans. But first, the coffee's hot, car's ready to go. One more time, headed to town, see what we can get in today. Everybody enjoy the day and your weekend. All right. 3-day weekend? I like those. First, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House passed a funding measure to end the government shutdown.
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed. The motion is adopted.
The final tally was 222 to 209. The bill now heads to President Trump's desk for a signature. This will end the longest shutdown in U.S. history. President Trump says Democrats are using the Jeffrey Epstein hoax to distract from the government shutdown and other issues. While posting on Truth Social, Trump warned Republicans to not fall for the distraction, saying Democrats' actions have cost the country $1.5 trillion. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt reinforced Trump's point.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
Leavitt questioned why Virginia Giuffre's name was redacted despite her public statements about Epstein. The president has not been charged. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit strongtel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
At the NTPA, we continue spotlighting our 2025 Grand National Champions. This week, one of the largest classes. The Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractors. The machines that turn the smoke from the pipe from white to a tight jet black stream. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from NTPA HQ in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. Just like the other Grand National classes, the Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractors had rain affect the 16-pole schedule. Both nights in Port Recovery were rained out, but that did not stop Colin Ross and Triple Bypass from getting a title. With a season of 20 hooks for Triple Bypass, having an average finish of second is beyond impressive. The season started in Hutchinson with 2 hooks for Colin, where he was 8th and 6th, not where you'd expect a future champ to start. Then came Toma, and that's where Triple Bypass started the march to the title. Hook 1 was a first for Colin, with hook 2 and 3 each getting second. By the time Triple Bypass loaded to leave Toma, Colin was in 4th in the Grand National points race. The 2 hooks in Chapel Hill were both on the podium, with a second and a first, and that first propelled Colin into the top of the points battle. After a rainout in Port Recovery, the Triple Bypass went to Rockwell, and it was pure domination for Colin. First, first, first. and then a stop in Napoleon, Ohio with another first. Moving to Poletown in mid-August, Colin took second twice, and during the final hook and pull, only earning 6th place points. Then the hauler headed west to Sandwich, Illinois, and Colin got back to his winning ways, picking up 2 wins. And this pretty much propelled Colin to the title, with a 4th and a 1st at Enderley to wrap up the season. Colin did have to work for the title, with Kent Payne keeping his Super Rooster closely in second for the 2025 season. Just to show how consistent Triple Bypass was in 2025, of the 20 hooks, Colin won 10 and finished in the top 17 of the 20 hooks. And he never finished lower than 10th in a field of 18 that ran for the title. Rounding out the top 10, coming in 3rd was Kyle Holland aboard Black Tornado Revived. 4th went to Travis Schlabach in Bone Twister. The Remedy and Mike Schultz and Doug Messinger took 5th. Taking 6th, Roger Peterson in Just Another One. In 7th was Steve Burge in Lock and Load. 8th went to Joe and Zach Degenhardt. In 9th, Brandon Hunt with Living a Dream. And rounding out the top 10 was Brad Campbell with Maybe. Keep up to date with the NTPA at ntpapoll.com. And you can watch NTPA Championship polling every Wednesday on RFD TV at 8:30 Eastern. It's never too late or too early to get geared up for 2026. You can shop online now at shopntpa.com. Shirts, hats, hoodies, and other collectibles are there now. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
No, I am not the world traveler, obviously, because honestly, I'd never heard of Sonder Resorts or Sonder Hotels. But operating in like 40 different cities around the world, apparently they're bankrupt and shutting down. It's a short-term rental company that's under the Marriott line, Marriott International. So apparently here we are just a couple weeks before Thanksgiving. People had Thanksgiving travel trips planned. And your SOL, the short-term rental operator that offered apartment-style accommodations, boutique hotel stays, intends to file Chapter 7 amid severe financial constraints. It's actually linked to challenges integrating their systems with Marriott Hotels, Marriott International. In a statement, unfortunately, our integration with Marriott International was substantially delayed due to unexpected challenges in aligning our technology framework. Okay, Marriott said Sunday they've ended their licensing deal, confirming Sonder properties are no longer part of Marriott and can no longer be booked through Marriott channels. Our priority is supporting guests currently staying at the properties and those with upcoming reservations. We're contacting guests who've booked, including those who booked through Marriott.com, the Marriott Bonvoy app, and the Marriott's Worldwide Reservation Center. The sudden collapse has left many travelers scrambling, travel chaos. Their guests describe employee mismanagement, financial fallout, loss of trust in the Marriott brand. Let's see, one of the Marriott Bonvoy Elite members said he received emails from Marriott and Sonder about a week into his New York City stay, telling him to vacate his room by 9 a.m. the next day. We ended up spending several $1,000s more to find a new place. Very, very disrupted. Another guest tells the Business Insider he returned to his apartment in Boston to find his belongings packed into suitcases placed in the hallway. Founded in 2014, Sonder operates about 9,000 units worldwide. Again, I've never heard of him, but okay. Yeah, and anyone that had reservations at any of those facilities for whatever, travel, vacations, Thanksgiving, you're out of luck. Junior checks in here on a early Thursday. What's happening, Junior?
Not much. Yeah, that would suck, wouldn't it? To get there, or they kick you out before you even get going anywhere.
Yep.
Hey, you heard from Pappy this morning?
He has not checked in this morning. He did yesterday.
All right. Well, I was coming in to work tonight about 10:30, and I had 700 on, and I had a county sheriff got hit by a car on 74. I just wondered, did it say where at on 74, but I know he works it up and down 74, don't he? All the way down to 75?
I think that's pretty much his. I know he checked in at the midnight on Facebook. He just checked in at the midnight hour saying, let's roll, but I haven't heard from him since.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you say anything when you started the show, though. I just wondered, I thought, hell, we just had that other sheriff in Indiana got killed.
Yep. Yeah, Delaware County. Yeah.
That just kind of.
Yeah, you're thinking about your friends out there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like I said, I heard it on 700, and I was coming into work, and said they had the road shut down for a little while, and it was reopened, and I thought, well, damn, I wonder if that was Pappy over there in that or not. So, but no, that's about it. I just out here driving, listening to everybody, and watching these idiots out here in these trucks. I mean,
right?
Monday and Tuesday was good. Roads were good Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, you can tell everybody's back on the road again. Come across 70, and that's all they know is hammer down, stay in the left front lane, supposed to be in the left lane, and oh, God. It just kills me. But that's about it. I just wondered about Pappy. I sat there thinking about it.
All right. Yeah, I think, like I said, he checked in at the midnight hours. So, yeah, he just, via the Facebook, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. All right. The British are investigating if hundreds of Chinese-manufactured buses can actually be remotely controlled by their manufacturer, increasing worries about Beijing. China's involvement in their critical infrastructure, something we've been concerned about for quite some time. A Department of Transport spokesperson says we're looking into the case, working closely with the National Cybersecurity Center to understand the technical basis for the actions taken by the Norwegian and Danish authorities concerning buses made by a company, Yutong, which are used in many British cities. There's an investigation by Oslo's public transport service that found these buses could theoretically be stopped or rendered inoperable by the manufacturer, following the findings in Norway, Denmark, also initiating a probe into the matter. Department of Transport said it takes security issues extremely serious, and we're working with the intelligence community to understand and mitigate the potential risks here. Yutong, the bus manufacturer located in the Chinese province of Henan, has exported almost 110,000 buses to more than 100 countries. In the Norwegian investigation, they didn't say there was any proof that Yutong had tried to control the buses, said they would impose even stricter security requirements in future procurements. But they did say the bus's cameras are not tied to the internet. There's no risk of image or video transmission from the buses. Nevertheless, digital security experts have long warned that over-the-air updates to cars could be a security or privacy threat, either for a hostile state or a criminal group. They've tested buses manufactured by Yutong, which they found in a facility in a mountain tunnel. These buses are capable of over-the-air software updates, meaning the manufacturer has the ability to change software. There's access to the control system for battery, power supply, via a mobile network through a Romanian SIM card. In theory, therefore, the bus could be stopped or rendered inoperable at any time by the manufacturer. Yeah, that's crazy. Welcome back, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for having me back there, Mr. Steve Sommers. Want to be thankful for this month here because it's a Thanksgiving month there, right? Especially that 250th Marine Corps birthday. I was thankful for it. Simplify shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all the Marine Corps brothers and sisters out there, and as always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Sommers. Y'all get some Jamil products, some Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products too. And you're going to have to wait till tomorrow to call Steve at 844-844-3388 because it's almost quitting time for him. I saw that Chinese bridge collapse over there, Steve.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yes. Yeah.
Brand new bridge, and it boom, down to the ground it goes. Well, I guess some of your drivers out here have never heard about a split sleeper berth, 7 and 3, 8 and 2. If you're at a facility and getting unloaded or reloaded, and they hang you around 7 to 8 hours, they're goofing off. I'd be getting $25 an hour for every hour I was in there, so that's all right. They can take all day to unload me or load me because I get paid for it there. But after you do 7 hours or 3 hours or 8 hours and 2 hours, your clock automatically puts time back on your clock there. So it'll do it automatically every time. So you don't have to worry about having hours to move. You may not be able to move far. It might give you just 1 or 2 hours back here. So, well, anyway, let's shift gears right quick. See, them politicians are in bed with insurance companies, petroleum companies, airline industry, trucking industry, especially ATA, TTA, and OIDA. Any company that supports the military or any company they regulate, they all give these politicians kickbacks to get what they want. They may not give them enough, but you never know. I still say they need to fire all the government deep states. They're the ones that are giving us all the problems out here. Let me ask you this. How much do you think President Trump's net worth is today?
I have no idea.
It grew by $3 billion since January when he took office, right? From $4 billion to $7.3 billion today. If you think Trump is squeaky ass clean, you're delusional. And Bill O'Reilly looking out for the folks. Hey, when a rich man tells me he's looking out for me, I watch a knife coming from my back, Steve. So that's all of my bull only for today. So we'll call in tomorrow and have another go. Oh, wait a minute. Tomorrow's Friday, right?
Yeah, greatest day of the week.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I may not be going anywhere tonight, but I'll still try to get in another call to you there. So, yourself a great morning there, brother. We'll talk.
All right. Well, speaking of Semper Fi, let me see here. Truck and Phil did check in here. Happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Sommers. The Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. 31, warming to 51 today for Fort Wayne, 37 to 50, Newaygo, Michigan. Here we go, Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back again. Have a great day. It's almost Friday. Oh, yeah, roll on, Knuckle Buster. And a shout-out to all the veterans. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Thank you very much. All right, we'll get to Eagle. I think he had some thoughts on college football coming up here right after this.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let's see if we're hanging in there. Eagle had some thoughts on college football. Weekends around the corner. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. You hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Hello? Okay, yeah, I want to get in. I'll probably call back in tomorrow after Ed and the other guy do the college football report, but I want to talk about LSU situation. LSU situation is not too good right now. They got Brian Kelly is filing a lawsuit. He's getting lawyers involved. He said that he wasn't fired justly, and they don't want to pay the money for some reason, the $50 million or $60 million buyout, which he signed in the contract. So Brian Kelly's talking about legal action. They didn't handle it the right way. LSU didn't handle the situation the right way. I listened to Paul Feinbaum's show. The guy, he knows everything about college football, especially the SEC. And they said, I didn't even know that. He said that today. He said that after the game, they played on Saturday, they said Brian Kelly went to the athletic facility and they have like an ID card. They had changed the ID card. The guy couldn't even get into the facility the next day after they lost that game, and then later on that night they fired him. So they didn't handle it the right way. You don't lock out a coach out of the building, after he loses the game, and then the next morning he can't get into the facility, and then they didn't even fired the man late at night, and then they said the governor got involved. He has some kind of personal problem with Kelly, the governor of Louisiana, and he had something to do with Kelly getting fired. So the whole thing wasn't handled right, and now it's affecting them as recruiting. It's affecting them with kids wanting to go to LSU. Plus, the way that they're handling the money. It's going to be hard to get a big name coach. They thought Lane Kiffin is not interested in LSU. Lane Kiffin, if he goes anywhere, he might go to Florida, but some other job is opening. But he's not going to LSU. Not after they handle the thing the way they handle it. He'd be better off staying where he had to begin with. Ole Miss is a good job. So LSU is in big trouble right now. I don't see Nick Saban. He's already told them no. A lot of people thought he might go, but it looks like he's going to stay in the college booth. He's not going to go back to coaching. So LSU in big trouble. Look like they might get a second-hand coach, and it might be over for LSU. And they can't blame nobody but themselves because Brian Kelly, he deserved to finish out the year. Yeah, he wasn't having a good year, but he lost a lot of players. They could have handled it a lot better. They should have finished out the season and then do it the right way, but they chose to go the wrong way and lock the man out of the building. So now they got a real big problem with Kelly and his lawsuits against him. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, I'll call in tomorrow and talk about the forecast for the weekend, like the other guys and on the games this weekend. I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Have a great day. I don't know. Oil prices coming down. I know some are prognosticating. Will we go back to a time when gas is $2 a gallon? I wouldn't predict that low, but crude is indeed now down to like just over $58 a barrel. Prices at the pump should be coming down. Weak demand signals from the U.S. Pressuring prices. The American Petroleum Institute said that U.S. commercial crude inventories increased by 1.3 million barrels last week. The Energy Information Administration set to release official data like later today. Also, their short-term energy outlook forecast a continued rise in U.S. crude production, contributing to the bearish sentiment. Expecting U.S. crude output to average 13.59 million barrels per day this year, 13.58 million barrels per day next year. But live traded at like $58.31 per barrel. All right, so when we come back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight, are you ready? We'll be rolling into the weekend, kicking off a casual Friday.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but